devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand, bang, got my hand. Call
What's up? What's up? How is everybody doing? Welcome to RossonARI TV. It is a whole new day, guys. A whole new beginning, a whole new day of Skynet taking over the world. It is Friday, guys. It is Friday. The last day of this awful week. This awful week where our heart was ripped out of our chest and given away to the EPL for 30 coins of silver. Yeah, difficult week to digest, but it is the end of the week, and it is what it is. What are we going to do, guys? What are we going to do? Tonali is officially an AC Milan player, guys. Officially an a Newcastle player, and we won't be seeing him play again with AC Milan for maybe forever. Who knows? Maybe at the end of his career, when he's 35 and he needs a place to go to finish his last 2 years of his career, he might come back to us. We'll see. But listen, at the end of the day, I'm going to do this. I wish Tonali the best of luck. No hard feelings to Tonali whatsoever. I think he did the right thing. If it is true that he was pushed out of the club, you can't blame him. He was offered something crazy, a 60 million contract, guys. Would any of you would say no to 60 million? He was pushed out. The club has chose him as the sacrificial lamb to fund this market, and that's what it is. Cardinale and management are heartless, they're soulless. They don't care about us, they don't care about you, they don't care about me. All they care about is uh, is what that number looks like in their bank account. That's all that matters. And we are yet to see whether or not that money is going to be reinvested in the market. So I am, as I said yesterday, and as I'm gonna keep on saying, there is, I am going to keep the door open for a very positive outcome out of all of this. I mean, now this management has no excuses. You have the money. You can't tell me you don't have money because we all saw it. We all saw it with your eyes. You have the money now to go in the market and have a good mercato. And if you're going to sell another one of our champions, which we are going to be talking about, by the way, because there's another one of our champions that is being heavily linked outside of Milan, then you have to get us a super team for next year, guys. You have to get us a super team for next year. There's no excuse. Next year, our roster needs to be competitive. It needs to be very good. You have the money to do it. If you don't do it, then I don't know. I mean, when is the Curva Sud, which is the most important, or let's say the group of Milan fans with the loudest voice, when are they going to say anything? We'll see. We'll see. It seems like the Curva Sud, for them it doesn't matter. For them it doesn't matter. Whoever owns the club, whether it's in Serie B, whether it's in Serie C, whether we get dismantled, for them the way they look at it is they go to the stadium to support the players, that are playing for the shirt, whether it's Tonali or whether it is some random dude off the street. It doesn't really matter. As long as that person is on the pitch, sweating their ass off for AC Milan, the Curva Sud is going to be there screaming and shouting and singing. This is how they see it. Okay? This is how they see it. That's why we're never going to get any sort of official communication from the Curva Sud as far as what is this club doing, etc., etc. uh, the Curva Sud is going to probably stay out of how the club manages this team. They're going to stay out of it. They are just here to support and be there for the players when the players play on the pitch. At least that's the way it looks like, right? That's the way it looks like. They didn't say anything about Maldini. We're not saying anything about Tonali. They don't give a shit. They don't care. The only people that actually do have the power to change anything, if guys, this team gets completely dismantled and completely destroyed, is the regular fans. It's the regular fans that go to the stadium, that buy the tickets. Those are the ones. Those are the ones that can actually do something. They can either boycott this team, if it has to come to that, or whatnot. But as a conversation that I've had here with Lart, it's kind of pointless, really. Boycotting AC Milan is pointless because let's say if I decide not to buy a ticket to go see Milan because I want to boycott the team, yeah, there's literally maybe 100,000 people behind me that are ready to buy that same ticket I was about to buy. So boycotting the team doesn't do anything, guys. At the end of the day, we are powerless, and all we can do here is just talk about it, just have our opinions, and criticize, comment. But guys, the market hasn't started yet. I'm not going to. I'm going to keep the door open. And today we're going to talk about the various links that the rumors. We're going to be talking about Thuram. We're going to be talking about Frattesi. We're going to be talking about Guler. We're going to be talking about Chukwueze. We're going to be talking about Reijnders. And we're going to be talking about who will possibly come to AC Milan. Listen, there is absolutely no doubt that AC Milan now has to go into the market. Our midfield today, as it stands, it's Pobega and Krunic. That's it. That's all we have in the midfield. That means that we are going to at least be expecting, we're going to be at least expecting 3 or 4 signings in the midfield. minimum three. Minimum three. Whether or not we see Kamada as a cam or as a midfield, it is to be seen. But we have to at least see three midfielders come in. One midfielder to replace Tonali, one midfielder to come in and cover Benacer's shoes for when he is out, and another midfielder right there to cover for whoever they need. I mean, last year, how many midfielders do we have? Basically, how do they see this team? We usually have. So last year we had Ranks 1, Bakayoko 2, um, Benacer 3, Krunic 4, Tonali 5, right? So we were with 5 midfielders that pretty much took care of the double pivot. Ali was never used, so we don't even consider him. Yeah, so we need 3 more midfielders to come in. So why don't we start? Why don't we start first of all by saying hi to everybody in chat, and then we will talk about the midfielders. Wisconsin Geo says, "Damn, people out there calling us PASG, Paris Saint-Germain. Which Thuram are you on about, though, Marcus? Yes, I assume you're a PSG fan. Marcus is the one that is right now being linked to AC Milan. What a coincidence. What's up, Alexander? How you doing? What a coincidence. A Milan YouTube channel posted all Tonali goals and assists last week. Yes, guys. And also, more speculation, guys. More speculation. I think maybe there is reason to believe that this ordeal, they already knew about it. They already knew this was going to happen. I wonder if the same day that the Tonali news came, Maldini's wife posted some cryptic messages on her Instagram with Maldini pretty much saying, every ending is a new beginning, etc., etc. You had Tonali cry during Ibrahimovic's farewell, maybe the only player that was crying. Did they already know this was going to happen? Was this one of the reasons why Maldini was fired? Because Maldini was against the possible sale of Tonali? Guys, I don't know. We're going into conspiracy theory land. This is conspiracy theory now. But I wonder if this whole ordeal was already planned and they already knew this was going to happen, and Newcastle had already spoken to the management, and Cardinale was already aware of the fact that they were going to be selling Tonali. I wonder, guys. It is definitely interesting. It is definitely interesting. They posted Tonali's an assist last week. Tonali was the only player that was there crying. He probably knew already, but he was on his way out. Maldini was furious about it. Maldini that day, I remember the last day of that game of the Serie A, every time the camera was on Maldini's face, he looked furious. One thing about Maldini is Maldini's facial expressions do not hide his emotions. You know exactly what the man is thinking and how the man is feeling based on his facial features and his facial expressions. He was furious that day. You could tell. I don't know, guys. Conspiracy theories. That's all it is. I will believe those players are really coming until they come. I can't trust this Cardi B or his slaves. Guys, I mean, that's the way it is. What if they come, they will come. If they don't, they don't. Forza Milan. No matter what, Forza Milan, guys. What's up, Tayo? How you doing, sir? 0 links to SMS. Actually, something did come out today. We'll talk about it. Anybody got depression pills they can share? No, you don't need depression pills. You don't need depression pills. Don't worry about it. We are going to have a crazy good market, and we're going to have a crazy good team, guys. Today will be official Thuram. Maybe, guys, the Thuram rumors are getting hotter and hotter and hotter. Apparently, he said no to Leipzig. He said no to PSG. There's only one team left, but another team has come in. And yes, the cousins are pissed off. The cousins are angry. It's derby. It's derby in the market, guys. Let's see if we can at least win the derby in the market, because on the pitch this year, Inter kicked our ass. Out of 5 games, they won 4. We won the first one, but then they won all the other ones. So hopefully in the derby now we can get some. Hopefully in the market we can get some revenge in this derby, and we can maybe hijack the Frattesi operation, which we will be talking about. Now they want to try and get Thuram apparently, and why wouldn't they? Thuram is in the market. Thuram is within their range, their financial range of wages. They pay players like Thuram on the bench, pretty much. Basically, what we are offering Thuram is what they pay players that can easily be on the bench. And maybe they're not going to be able to get Lukaku either. So we'll talk about that. Thuram is garbage. Mustafa says, "What's up, Milan Nestor? Forza Milan." Thuram is garbage. Thuram is asking for way too much. But it is what it is. What are we going to do? I'm not paying it. I don't want Frattesi. 40 million is too much. Player overrated. Guys, I think we need to stop with this mentality. Frattesi, 40 million, too much. Overrated. There is this concept of what is too much and too little when it comes to buying a player does not matter anymore. Maybe we can always talk about it when it comes down to the wages, because then you can relate that to the locker room, right? Like we say, Thuram, 6 million, too much, because we've been suffering our ass off to get Leao renewed, trying to convince Leao to get renewed. Well, we know he can get crazy money somewhere else. He's making now 5 million plus bonuses. Here comes Thuram, already makes more than Leao. That's something that we can discuss. But when it comes to the price of players, and you say 40 million is too much for Frattesi, honestly, 40 million is not that much if you look at the kind of prices that are coming, are circulating. I think we have to reassess the way we look at numbers. Is it too much for me, for you? Yeah. I think he's not worth 40 million. But I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen, young 24 Chopper. Frattesi is going to go to Inter. If he goes to Inter, we're going to get some Moneyball player that we're going to spend 15 million on. Inter is still going to kick our asses because they're going to have 2 fucking great midfielders, Frattesi and Barella, while we're going to have some guy that came from the Eredivisie or from the Jupiler League that that has to adapt to Italian football, that is completely lost, and he needs time and he needs to grow. Frattesi is already ready to play. So for me, 40 million, honestly, this price tag, I think we shouldn't be looking at it as too much. If we can bring it down, great. But if Inter gets Frattesi and we get some random Moneyball dude from who knows where, Inter wins. Inter wins this derby. Inter has the better team. Inter has the better midfield. So I disagree with this notion that 40 million is too much for Frattesi. Because in the end, the team that will get Frattesi is the team that is going to have a better midfield. They're going to get a player that is ready to be in the national team. They're getting a player that is ready to kick ass in Serie A player that is super hungry. One thing for sure, Frattesi is super hungry. Now, is his value 40 million? No, I agree with you. If it was up to me, I would pay 25 million for him maximum. But if Tonali is worth 80 million, then Frattesi has to be worth 40 million at this point. And this is the way things are right now, guys. Everything is incredibly inflated. So at the end of the day, whoever gets Frattesi will have a better midfield. Because who can we get in the midfield right now in Europe that can actually guarantee us to have a better midfield than Inter? Right now, Inter's midfield is not better than ours. It's way better than ours. They still have Barella, they still have Mkhitaryan, they have Aslani, they have Çalhanoğlu. They're going to try and get Frattesi. They're probably going to sell Brozovic. So we need to get to work, guys. If Frattesi is going to cost us 40 million, c'est la vie. You pay 20 million this summer, 20 million the next summer. And by the way, guys, The Premier League teams are not paying. Uh, they're not paying all this money in one session. We're not paying all this money in one session, right? Because I was doing some research. I was looking at this. For example, Grealish, which Man City committed 120 million. That was not paid. That's not being paid all in one session. Every summer they're paying a portion of it. So watch out for that. Luigi Timparo, come siamo ragazzi? When are you going to do an open live? Guys, the open live is going to be this weekend. Lart is going to do the open live this weekend. Longo basically says they have no plan. How to replace Tonali? I don't know. I really don't know. It's not my job to do that. Sell Pobega. Pobega can be sold. Yeah, I would think about that. I don't disagree with that. And maybe you can use that money to do something else. We'll see. Also, Kamada is on standby, and they're evaluating if it will take him. That's crazy, guys. That is crazy. Incompetence. Roy, Kamada isn't coming anymore. We'll see after our market is done to see if he still signs. That is insane. That is insane. Okay, listen, let's get into the reports. Let's get into these reports because I see the comments are coming in. Are you disappointed with Curva Sud not having a word about the situation? In general, yes. In general, yes. But I know how this Curva Sud operates. It's pretty much a yes man kind of thing when it comes down to the club. All they care about is singing for the players. They don't care about what the management does with the players. Ecco chi erano tutto inglesi. Cioè, ragazzi? Disappointed? No, Zlatan, no Maldini, no Tonali. I guess my contract with AC Milan is now over. Okay, listen, let's get into these reports, guys. Let's get into it. Let's start first with Frattesi. Okay, so according to what Vitiello said today, Frattesi, the agent of Frattesi did have, and Carnevali, actually, the CEO, and Furlani did start talks with Frattesi. So let's see what they're saying. AC Milan have seemingly told that they must outbid their rivals Inter if they are to sign Davide Frattesi from Sassuolo. So Frattesi yesterday had an interview that came out in Gazzetta dello Sport. And in that interview, it was pretty clear that Frattesi's, let's say, main objective is to go to Inter. But he said if an offer comes that can't be refuted, he will consider it. And it was pretty much clear if you read between the lines, he was talking about AC Milan. So it's derby. It's derby for Frattesi, whether we like it or not. He's already given the yes to Inter, but if Milan comes in and gives him an offer that Sassuolo can refuse, and an offer that he thinks is good for him, he will take it and he will go to AC Milan. Both of these teams in the end are destinations that he will like to go. Both of these teams play in the Champions Leagues. Both of these teams, in theory, AC Milan, are teams that are playing for top four, if not for the Scudetto. Which again, guys, if Milan builds a badass team this summer, we can be in contention for the Scudetto. According to the latest report from Sky, the first contacts between the CEO of Milan, Giorgio Furlani, and his Sassuolo counterpart, Giovanni Carnevale, for Davide Frattesi, took place today, with a battle against Inter now underway. The Nerazzurri are keeping contacts with Sassuolo alive too, and they already had an agreement with the Neroverdi over a transfer fee around 35 million plus the inclusion of Samuele Mulattieri as a counterpart to sweeten the deal. Wow. Milan will be asked for 40 million by Sassuolo if they are to give a green light for the sale, perhaps implying that Mulattieri is valued at 5 million, or perhaps being a sign that the Rossoneri must offer a bit more to make Sassuolo consider the change of plans. Either way, it seems that Milan are ready to tackle the market derby head on and are serious about winning the race. Okay, so as things stand, guys, right now, it's a race. It's the race for Frattesi. Whether we think Frattesi sucks or not, that does not matter. This is what the club wants to do. This is what the club is doing. And it makes sense. Also because we cannot have a team with no Italians. Frattesi also makes sense because we just sold an Italian player, which falls in the part of the quota. We need the quota. We need Italian players for the league and for the Champions League. Plus, Frattesi is right now one of the hottest midfielders coming out of Italy. He is 100% the midfielder that is ready to make the jump. 40 million. I already said what I think about this, guys. Is 40 million too much for him? I don't give a fuck how Milan spends its money anymore. I do not care how Milan spends its money. If Cardinale does not give a shit how I feel about Tonali and how I feel about Maldini and how I feel about this club, I don't give a fuck how Milan spends its money anymore. If it's 40 million to get Frattesi, then so be it. But remember, you still have to get two other midfielders. Because is Frattesi Tonali's replacement? I don't think so. Frattesi is Benasser's replacement. Because Frattesi is more similar to a Benasser than to a Tonali. Meaning, Tonali is a defensive midfielder. Frattesi is more of a mezzala. Speaking of which, in his interview, which is also very interesting, Frattesi said that he wants to play as a mezzala. He said that he likes playing in a midfield of three, more so than a midfield of two. Even though last year Sassuolo was playing with a 4-2-3-1 the whole damn year, and he was playing in the double pivot, so he can do it, and he can do it well. Last year Sassuolo had probably a better season than this year. I think, I'm not sure, but Sassuolo last year had a good season according to their ambitions, and Frattesi was in the double pivot. But he said in this interview that he wants to play in a midfield of three as a mezzala. So is he really the replacement of Tonali? Technically, no. Numerically, as a midfielder that comes in and takes Tonali's numerical spot in the team, yes. But from a technical point of view, not really. You can have him be a replacement for Benasser, because again, that is another player that we need to replace. So again, guys, when it comes to the price, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if it's 40. I don't give a shit. One thing I know for a fact, and maybe you can disagree with me, is this: that whoever gets Frattesi is probably going to have a better midfield, because we are not going to get a player that is as ready as Frattesi is to play well in the Serie A for a much inferior price. If we want to get a player that is the quality of Frattesi, it's going to cost us 40 million. If you want to get Seko Fofana, who is an excellent player, it's not going to cost us 20 million. It's not going to cost us 20 million. It's not going to cost us 25. It's going to be around there, 35, close to 40, or whatever it is. It's going to be close to that. Those are the numbers that we have to contend with. So, one more time, I do not give a shit how much Frattesi costs. If this means that we at least win a derby against Inter in the market, so be it. Get Frattesi. And also, get SMS. Get SMS and get Frattesi. And now we have the best team, one of the best midfields in Italy. SMS, Frattesi, Kamada, Krunic, Benasser, Pobega, one of the best midfields. Chukwueze, 40 million, dite che è impossibile, vero? 40 million for Chukwueze, that too. Maybe they're going to spend the 40 million on Chukwueze. If it's for 40 million, if Chukwueze costs 40 million, I don't know. We got to see. Right now, the conversation is not Chukwueze. The conversation is, how are we going to replace Tonali? For Chukwueze, we don't know. We don't know how much it's going to be, because we don't have an official statement for Chukwueze. We saw Chukwueze cost 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. We've heard every single number. So once we go to Chukwueze, and they give us a number, we can evaluate it. Would I pay 40 million for Chukwueze right now? Maybe I would. Maybe I would. Maybe I would. What happened to our passion for RossonARI? The passion is still there, but the management is different. The management is different. Fuimbe says, mark my words, we'll have Guler, Thuram, Frattesi, SMS, and Chukwueze before the summer transfer window closes. Roy will be happy again. If we have those players, guys, we're going to have a badass team. And Pioli has no excuses. No excuses. At least these guys should buy Frattesi even for 40 million because others are already cheap, like the Reijnders guy. And by the way, Reijnders, who have been looking at him very closely, Reijnders is not really a defensive midfielder, is he? He looks more like a... I like Reijnders, very silky player. I do like him. He is a player that I think Milan should get, but it's obviously it's not enough. If you get Reijnders, okay, get Reijnders, get Frattesi, get these two midfielders. I think that's more possible than seeing SMS in the team. I think that is more possible. 25 million on Pulisic is better value. Yes, I think yes. Yeah, I do agree with that because if you also look at it from the perspective of how this team operates, Pulisic, you can use him for various different things. The branding aspect, and also Pulisic is a good player. I think I've seen this price, 25 million for Pulisic. It's not bad. It's not bad. Lazio getting Berardi is one of the best sleepers transfers. Yeah, of course. We should have gotten Berardi a long time ago, but we never did. Reijnders is a box-to-box. Fofana, I think that's a very good player. That's right. Do we have two teams next year? One for Serie A, one for the Champions League? To be seen. Go for players that nobody knows. That's a big risk. That is a very big risk. Anyway, listen. We will see what happens with the Frattesi ordeal. We will see what happens. This is how much Frattesi costs right now. This is, if you want to hijack Frattesi from Inter, this is how much he costs. And there's nothing we can do about it. Okay, so I'm on Twitter here, just checking anything interesting. Let's go. I'm going to go to Milan I before we go to the next player. And then, guys, we're going to play and watch together today a Gerry Cardinale video. Milan I. Here we go. Alfredo Pedulla. Let me share the screen. Let's move on to Thuram. Inter's contacts with Thuram is more than just a provocation move to Milan. It has turned into real interest. Intensified contacts between Inter and his entourage took place in the last hours. Milan believe they have done their maximum, offering Thuram 5 million plus bonus year contract and are waiting for his response today. Wow, bruh, this market is getting crazier and crazier. It's getting crazier and crazier. Inter can definitely offer him more, for sure. Basically, Inter just now released a Dzeko. I'm not sure how much Dzeko was getting, but obviously they have released the wages of Dzeko. Inter also today signed what's the guy's name? Azpilicueta, whatever the fuck his name is. This is one is going to be interesting, guys. Maybe this one is somewhat of a blessing in disguise. Milan CEO Giorgio Fulani have contacted the Sassuolo director Gerry Cardinale to discuss Frattesi. We spoke about that earlier. We don't need to speak about it again. Tonali. Yeah. So Thuram is next. Thuram is next. I don't know how to feel about this one, guys, because on one hand, I feel like paying 5 million plus bonuses, 6 million, the wages, it feels strange because the locker room, because of the locker room situation. But on the other hand, why should I give a fuck? Why do we care? Right? Like now all players are sellable. There's nobody, there's everybody's indispensable. So why should I care about that? Maybe I should stop caring about that. Maybe we should stop caring about that. How do you guys feel about this situation, guys? So let me know. Would you want to see to us go into this battle with Inter on wages, because it's a waging battle? Which team will give them the most wages? Essentially, this is what's going to become. Thuram has said no to PSG. That's what has come out. He has said no to Leipzig. So Thuram, obviously, today we can all speculate he wants to come to Italy. The guy speaks perfect Italian, as far as we've been told. He was born in Italy. He's actually born in the same city where Pioli comes from. I think Thuram wants to come to Milan. If we put together all the dots, if we connect all the dots, it really seems as if Thuram's favorite destination is AC Milan. Now, Inter have come into the race, and it's going to maybe become a bidding war on wages. So how far is Milan going to go? 6 million maybe on the wages. Inter can go to 6 million to 7 million. Ora vanno da Thuram e buttano 6 milioni, non scherziamo. I wonder how much Dzeko was making. Because essentially, now that Dzeko is gone, those wages have freed up. Let me just check something, guys. I'm gonna just check something right now. Dzeko. Okay, so Dzeko with Inter was making 9.2 million gross. So that means he was making close to 5 million. So Dzeko with Inter was making 4.8 or something like that. So close to 5 million plus bonuses. It probably went to million. So I'm assuming all of that now would go to Thuram. All of that would probably go to Thuram, plus maybe more, depending on who else they release. Interesting. I think it's going to be up to the player. What does the player want to do? Does the player want to come to Milan, or what, or does he want to come to Inter? One thing I think, guys, the difference is not going to be it's not going to be crazy. I don't think the difference is going to be crazy. Meaning, it's not like, hey, we're offering Tonali 3 million, but here comes Newcastle, we're going to give him 10 million, right? It's more like either we offer him 5 million, Inter offers him 6 million. 5 million plus bonuses, or it's not going to be like an insane difference. You know, even though, of course, a million is a big thing. But at the end of the day, I think there is enough room here for Thuram to still choose with his heart rather than with his pockets. Thuram is a Milanista. He has declared himself a Milanista. I think he's going to choose Milan in the end. I think he's going to choose Milan in the end, because if Inter offers him slightly something more, it's not going to be that much more. It can't be that much more. And yeah, good point here. Good point here. If it was about the money, he would have accepted PSG or Leipzig. Yeah. So I think all the dots connected. Thuram has friends in Milan. That's a positive. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Magnan, Giroud, Theo Hernandez, the French connection, the francophone. I think everything points towards us signing Thuram. I think Inter. I think we beat Inter in this derby for Thuram. I think. Of course, anything can everything can change, but everything is pointed towards Thuram choosing Milan. If it was about money, Thuram would have joined PSG. Correct. If Milan won't sell another player, how they get money to buy so many players? Well, so one thing about Inter is that Inter right now had this huge problem with their finances. Zhang is trying to get another loan from Oaktree, a big injection of money, in order to send the club even more in debt, but to use that money to reinvest in the team, essentially. It's almost like he knows that. It's almost like they know that they're going to lose the club sooner or later, so they're just going to go gung ho. I agree with you on this. I definitely agree with you. I'd rather go for Taremi 100%. But obviously, this club is not looking at players that are over 30. Oh, it's Fabrizio Romano, guys. Guys, let me know. We'll go to them. Fabrizio Romano. Here we go. This was 1 minute ago. After Paris Saint-Germain and Leipzig proposals rejected, Marcos Thuram is deciding between two final bids. AC Milan have improved their bid this week and keep pushing to sign him. Inter joined the race again after past month talks. They have sent new bids to the player. So this is it, guys. This is it. It's either Inter or AC Milan, but I think Milan is in pole position. While Frattesi, Inter's in pole position for Frattesi, I would, as far as the player goes, here instead, Thuram is in pole position for Milan. As far as the clubs go, I think Milan is in pole position for both players, Frattesi and Thuram. So essentially, right now in this market, in this derby market, if we connect all the dots, the only thing that Inter is beating us right now is that Frattesi would probably has already said yes to Inter, but right now Milan has the liquidity, so they have the power to overtake Inter. And Frattesi said, "Listen, when the offer comes, if it's something I can't say no to, I'll take it." And it's fine. We don't care, guys. We don't care if a guy said yes to Inter and then he comes to Milan. We don't care about that anymore. Those days of sentimental crap, colors, and blah blah blah, it's all over. If we can fire Maldini in the space of 5 minutes, if we can sell Tonali like he was a cow that you don't need anymore, if you can dismantle the AC Milan DNA, we should not give two shits on who says what and who thinks what about whatever club. SMS too old for Moneyball. I agree. Can we get Locatelli back? I don't think so. Salernitana is interested in 5 Milan players. Wow, that's crazy. I wonder if the whole Lukaku thing happened because they knew that they're going in for Thuram. So they went in for Lukaku. As far as I know, the Lukaku rumors are real, as far as I know, and they can only happen if Lukaku brings his salary down. But Lukaku has absolutely no intention of joining AC Milan. He wants to stay with Inter. Lukaku wants to stay with Inter. I don't know. I have no idea. Salernitana have taken informations on Ali, Maldini, Brescianini, Gabbia, and Colombo. Man, that's pretty good. Good for them. Roy, we need to pay top dollars for quality striker. We're lucky to get him on a free. I agree with you, my man. I agree with you. Now, is this guy a super top quality striker? No, I don't think so. He might potentially become one, but right now he hasn't done enough for us to consider him a top quality striker. Any Guler news? Let's go to Guler, guys. Let's go to Guler. Oh, okay. So now we have the after this we're going to check some reactions from the teammates from Tonali's teammates. Sport what? According to reports from Sport in Spain, a European battle has broken out for Arda Güler, who is strongly wanted by Barcelona. The 18-year-old wants guaranteed playing time to continue his growth, and the Blaugrana are willing to leave him on a loan for a year at Fenerbahce. Ooh, that's not a bad deal. Real Madrid, Sevilla, Red Bull Salzburg, RP Leipzig, and above all, Milan are the other teams that are in the running, with the Rossoneri looking for a playmaker to replace Brahim Diaz after his loan ended. The Spanish source even states that Milan are the most active club and the one that is moving the most to convince the Turkish player to move to Italy. Very good news if it is true. The goal of the management is to close the operation quickly, and for this reason, they're working to reach an agreement as soon as possible with the entourage of the Fenerbahce player. This is the best signing of the summer that any football team can do if they want to, as far as youngsters that then will go up in value. Not necessarily as far as what you need to win. Again, Milan's, I think it'd be silly to think that our ambition is to try and win the Champions League, or we have an obligation to win the Scudetto. We do have an obligation to finish top four, and that's pretty much it. So Arda Güler definitely fits this mold. In my opinion, guys, I'm going to be completely honest with you. This is the best destination for Arda Güler. AC Milan is 100, and I'm not saying that because I'm being biased. I'm not. Trust me, I'm not saying that because I'm being biased. I'm trying to be as objective as possible. I'm trying to take out my colors out of this. If I look at Arda Güler and his development process, AC Milan right now is a perfect team for him, because AC Milan is a team that focuses on youngsters, first of all, to develop them in order to increase them as an asset. Arda Güler is definitely a player with a very high trajectory ceiling. He is an exceptional footballer, guys. Arda Güler is an exceptional footballer. At the age of 18, 17, the kind of numbers he has and the kind of composure he has, the way he treats the ball, that is like a 1 in a million kind of talent. Arda Güler is the real deal. Arda Güler is the Viceverasquilla of this summer. He does not play on the left, so he does not interfere with Leao. Viceverasquilla, that was a problem. He played on the left, and he interfered with Leao. That's why we didn't go for him. This time, we do have a void on the right, the same void that we lost with Brahim Diaz. And also, we have to rebuild that right side. And Arda Güler can also play as cam. So he's not stepping on anybody's feet. We literally have a spot ready for him. I'm sure he would be able to contribute right away, because players with those kind of feet, they settle in fast. His trajectory can only but be exceptional. Now, of course, nothing is guaranteed. I truly believe that AC Milan is the best 100%, like 100%. AC Milan is the best destination for him. because AC Milan is a huge club, huge exposure. The experience that he'd be getting at the San Siro for a player like that developing is second to none. We will discuss whether or not Pioli would use him, etc., etc. But on the other hand, what Barcelona wants to do, buy him and keep him on loan, and Fenerbahce could be also good. Could be also good for him. But I think that the AC Milan opportunity it'd be too good to say no to right now. I think even on his end, like it's very hard to say no if you look at what's happening in Milan right now and what your opportunity is as a football player. What is happening in Milan right now? If I'm Arda Güler and his management and his entourage, his father, it'd be very difficult to say no to that. I just see everything. Everything is all the stars are perfectly aligned for Arda Güler to join AC Milan. Now let's see if we can make it happen. Of course, we have to see whether or not Arda Güler. There was an article that came out a few days that stated Arda Güler's and his entourage. Milan was a really good. They were looking at Milan. They're very interested. Again, disclaimer: take everything with a pinch of salt. If we sign Arda Güler, guys, I'd be extremely satisfied. I'd be extremely satisfied because then I know that for the next 2 or 3 years we have a top player. The thing that will hurt is the day. I mean, let's see. Maybe we won't need to sell him. Maybe let's see. Maybe things can go really well, guys, and the results come in. And when the results come in, and maybe we can keep him for a little bit longer if we get him. But I think this would be one of those signings of the century kind of things. And I don't say that shit lightly, guys. Like I'm very critical. Like I'm not an asshole towards players. Like I'm not the kind of guy that'll say this guy's shit, this guy's worth nothing. Unless I think that they really are. But like when I see like super talent that is just out of this world, yeah, I'll say it. I have no problem saying it. Again, like when it came to Vice Verasquilla, I was crazy for that player. I was like, damn, this is the dude. This is the guy we need to get. He came to Italy. Now he's the MVP. He became the MVP of the Serie A. First season, 21 years old. 20 plus, close to 30 goal contributions in all competitions. He just won today goal of the season, the one that he scored against Atalanta in the Serie A. MVP. It's like I'm not that. I know what I'm seeing. When I see these players, I know what I'm seeing. And Arda Güler is the one this summer. He is the one. Now, of course, there's many other players that are better than him, but we're talking about players that will cost you a lot of money. All right? Don't get me wrong. Players that are in their 20s, etc., but they will cost you a lot of money. Let's not forget that if Arda Güler didn't have this situation with his release clause, he'd probably cost 50 million now, and we wouldn't be talking about him. Okay? If Arda Güler did not have the situation with his contract, we would not be talking about him. So do not get that twisted. The only reason why we are talking about him is because of his release clause. That's it. Otherwise, this would be like an Endrick kind of situation. A player that we would love, we would just be dreaming about, and we would know that Milan would have zero chance to get. But because of his contract release situation, he is a possibility. And also, he fits the mold. He fits the mold perfectly. Perfectly. Now, the competition is steep. Barcelona, Real Madrid, Sevilla, Redberg, Leipzig, and probably there's many more. Dortmund is, I've also read, Napoli's in there. So let's also have our feet well stabled on the ground. Very difficult that he comes to Milan, but I don't see why he wouldn't choose Milan. I really don't see why he wouldn't choose Milan. Real Madrid is not bad at developing players. I don't think he'd get much playing time. If he goes to Real Madrid, what Real Madrid will do is essentially what they did with Brahim Diaz. They'll just send him out on loan for 2 or 3 years, and then when he's ready, he's going to come. Because right now, Real Madrid is pretty much sorted out. I don't want no American player here. Real will get him, and they will leave him in Fenerbahce on loan for a year or two. Yeah, something like that. If they get him, that's what we'll do. But we, on the other hand, we would actually keep him. Inter in for Thuram with better pay and bonus money. Moneyball, baby. Moneyball. So the bonus thing there might the bonus money might be one of the things that could send the operation to their side, for sure. How's Guler's pressing game, though? Pioli will ask him to press. Obviously, you don't get Guler for his pressing. You get Guler for his abilities on the ball. As a presser, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, you're not getting Arda Güler to do that. That's for sure. Arda Güler can be a Ricky Kaká. I don't know. I don't like to make these comparisons. I think every time we slap these names on these players, it's like it's a curse. All right. Anyway, that's the situation with Guler, guys. The Milan signed the Lazio youngster. Nothing on him so far. I don't know, guys. I think Milan now is changing its face, though. It's changing its face. I did see these links. Yeah. Imagine if we sold Maldini. We fired Maldini just to get the players that he wanted at the end. What a slap in the face. Anyway, the Arda Güler situation, we're going to be following it. Whoever gets him, guys, good for them. Good for them. Okay, let's check this out. This is interesting. All right, this article is a bullshit article. The paper states that Tonali's teammates at Milan were humanly sorry at first to see the Italy international leave, but then understood his decision when factoring in the huge pay rise he will get and the fact that the club agreed to sell him. Now, all that remains is for the former Brescia man to complete his medical. Okay, what a waste of space of an article. Waste of space of an article. All right, guys. This is what we're going to do now. We're going to check a Gerry Cardinale interview. We're going to check it here together, where he talks about what he wants to do with AC Milan and what he wants to, basically what his plans are. So we're going to do a live reaction of it. In the meantime, as soon as breaking news comes out, we will tackle it. We will tackle the breaking news as it comes out, and we can stop the feed. All right. So we're going to watch this interview together, guys. We're going to get a sense of what Cardinale wants to do. I did see a portion of this yesterday, and we're going to look at it together, and we're going to see what we all think about it. All right, so let's do this. And in the meantime, guys, keep me updated in chat. Whenever something comes out on Twitter, DiMarzio, blah, 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 let me know. We'll look at it and we'll comment on it. Here we go.
How you doing, Gerry?
Good.
Thanks for being with us.
An August group.
Yeah. So, was it like 9 months since you acquired AC Milan?
Not even. I think we signed it in June and acquired it in September.
There you go. So, thank you for being here with us. You haven't really spoken much publicly about AC Milan, so we're really excited to have you here and hear more about. Maybe we could start like, what prompted you like to buy this club, and kind of what's the vision behind it? What kind of is your thesis?
Well, look, as I think you know, we've talked about this. We've been investing in sports for over 20 years. And our business model for most of that period was really the business of sports. It was partnering with rights holders and creating terminal value businesses around those rights holdings. New York Yankees, Dallas Cowboys, the NFL, the players themselves. 5 years ago, we started looking at the landscape and we said, well, what if we vertically integrated and became the rights holder ourselves? And so this journey really began over 5 years ago. We did a deep dive into European football. I'd always been concerned about European football because when you look at the ecosystem and the capital that it attracts, it would seem that guys like us competing against sovereigns probably isn't a good idea. But I give full credit to Billy Beane, who educated me, and it just shows you. I was doing it for 20 years, and you don't really know anything. I mean, you can always learn something in sports. And he said, you're not looking at it right. European football really is Moneyball, and there's a tremendous opportunity there. Also in the U.S., there's ownership restrictions, as we've seen. And so we have an opportunity to vertically integrate and do what we do as the rights holder ourselves and bring everything on the field and off the field that we have available to us to this.
And in terms of like, you pick, so you first bought Toulouse, then you kind of much bigger deal to buy AC Milan for $1.2 billion. Can you just maybe kind of like,
Wow, it was that fast? Hold on, did we stop the video? No way they stopped the video. Come on. Bro, this channel has 200 subscribers. This channel literally has 200 subscribers. All right, so that there you go, guys. The first thing he says, it's all about Moneyball. Billy Beane, Brad Pitt told him that Moneyball is the way to do it, and that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Did they stop the video? No, guys, we're still going. Can you hear me? No, guys, we didn't stop the video. I just pressed pause. Anyway, as I was saying, this is why Maldini is not compatible with this ownership, because this whole idea of Moneyball is not compatible with a traditional way of looking at football and analyzing football players. This is all about how to mitigate your money, etc., etc. It's a completely different thing.
how do you turn, I think you said this is an undervalued asset. There's like a lot more that can be done. What can you do with AC Milan?
Well, look, we were around it for, I think, close to over 4 years. We're not the kind of investors that just show up and buy things, right? We don't write checks, we write business plans. And so, everything is around a business plan. Everybody's got money today. When I started doing this 20-something years ago, showing up with capital was actually the competitive advantage. Now everybody's got money. So what good are you, right? So you got to own better. And so look, it's real simple. AC Milan is one of the great brands in European football. When do you have an opportunity? There's tremendous scarcity of value around these assets. That's why you see these NFL teams trading for the values that they trade at. Obviously, the economics around that, when they all come together as 32 owners, is pretty powerful. But something like AC Milan, I didn't know it, until I started researching it 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, it's got the second most Champions League trophies in history behind Real Madrid. It's an undermanaged asset, and frankly, when you look at everything that's going on in the continent versus England.
Did you hear what he just said? Like, this guy literally just found out about this team. He has no so a lot of things he's saying might sound decent, might sound good, might sound a business, but like a lot of what he's saying also right now just makes you understand that his concept of the historical attachment of a club and the meaning of history, like, he's just finding this stuff out. As I knew about the history of Milan before Milan even made a big chunk of its history, right? Okay, I'm not 80 years old, but the 90s. I'm talking about the 90s. Like, already in the 90s, Milan was a club with incredible history, and then it just kept on growing and growing and growing, and Berlusconi made it even bigger. This guy literally found out about this club a few years ago.
England, which I know we'll talk about. It's a tremendous opportunity for us to do what we love to do. We love to bring our commingled capital and operating capability to an ecosystem and enhance it. And that's what we're going to do here.
So, I mean, in Italy particularly, we've seen a lot of foreign investors.
Let's go back.
Asset. And frankly, when you look at everything that's going on in the continent versus England, which I know we'll talk about, we love to bring our commingled capital and operating capability to an ecosystem and enhance it. And that's what we're going to do here.
So, I mean, in Italy particularly, we've seen a lot of foreign investors, particularly other American investors. But you have to tell me, I'm not like all the other guys. Can you explain how you're different, and like how do you differentiate yourself from the rest?
Well, look, I mean, for us, we love building businesses. I'm a little concerned with what I'm seeing today in the capital that's chasing sports. I mean, there's been a bubble around sports for some time. This is not a new phenomenon. I would say the euphoria around sports and the things that I'm hearing concern me a little bit. I mean, the moment you start talking about sports as an asset class, I think everybody should just stop for a minute and think about that, right? Now, we have the benefit of longevity. The way we bought AC Milan speaks to that. There is a virtue and continuity the way we approached AC Milan. I'd say Elliott did a hell of a job in the 4 years that they owned it. They really got it to a place where someone like me now can take the baton and take it to the next level. That's tremendous. I'd say that, a lot of the distinction, I don't really compare ourselves to other people. I know that our model has worked. I've got 20 years to show that our model has worked. And it really comes back to the whole point of, when we look at AC Milan, we look at the ecosystem, start with that, and we write business plans. I've got 3 constituents in the ecosystem. I have Serie A, I have the fans, and when we look at that and we look at the municipality of Milan as the 3rd constituent, there's a real opportunity for us to bring transformative capital, a company building mentality, and professionalize the way these assets are run, managed, and to deliver a value proposition to the community. I mean, this last panel that I just heard, I'll tell you guys, I mean, there is no doubt that there is a public-private partnership in European football. You have to embrace it. In America, we don't have that. America, the owners own the teams. That's it. And the fans, come passively. In Europe, you can't do that. We have a phenomenal fan base in Italy. We have a phenomenal fan base in Milan. When you look at our last Tottenham game, in Milan, it was the single highest grossing game in Italian history. And our average attendance is the highest in Serie A, and it's the 5th highest in all of Europe. So, the fans are doing their job.
Yeah.
Our job is to do our job, right? And our job is to deliver a value proposition to those 3 constituents. And that's
deliver a value proposition to those 3 constituents. What value proposition have you delivered to us fans? You have fired Maldini, which us fans hold dearly, right? He was literally what we considered the glue that held everything together. He was the one that gave us the comfort that this club was going to be ambitious. And now you sell the most representative player. So he's breaking his own rules. Are you breaking your own rules here? If we are one of the constituents, he's breaking his own rules. But I think he's banking on the fact that he calls it Serie A. Uh, I think he's banking on the fact that no matter what he does, how bad he does things, yeah, the stadium is always going to be packed. He can literally send this club into Serie D, but these stupid idiots are still going to buy tickets and go to watch the games. I think this is what he's banking on. No matter what, he can destroy this club. He can literally sell this club. He can literally change the colors of the club tomorrow to blue and white and black, literally a combination of Inter and Juve. But still, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to buy tickets to go to the stadium. But there is something that here might eventually bite him back in the ass, that the fans do have a connection to the history and to the players. And his actions are showing that he's not considering that. The fact that he's not even communicating what he does to the fans is already a disconnect there. So in a certain way, he's breaking his own rules. But I think he's banking on the fact that at the end of the day, if I don't buy a ticket, there's a million people behind me that are ready to buy the ticket that I wasn't going to buy.
That's what we intend to do.
We'll come to the stadium in a minute. One of the things that, like, talking to kind of some of the fans and kind of the kind of in the media, there's questions like, why is Gerry not following? Why is he not at the stadium every Sunday? Why isn't he kind of more present? And what's your kind of response to that?
No, it's a derivative of everything I just talked about. It's not about me. I was lucky enough to cut my teeth in my career at Goldman Sachs. At Goldman Sachs, they teach you to start a sentence with we, not I. So this concept of personalized ownership makes no sense to me. These things are very difficult assets to run. And if you really subscribe to my view, which is you have a job to do, it's Bill Belichick. If everybody does their job, we'll be.
Bill Belichick, guys. This, oh my God, that is kind of painful to hear him talk about Serie A and European sports in the same frame as American sports. I have no disrespect to American sports. I love the NBA. I love the NFL, especially those two leagues, but just completely different worlds.
Successful, but everybody needs to do their job. The constituents, the people that manage and own these, and to do this properly, you've got to have on the field expertise. You have to have off the field expertise. So it's got nothing to do with me. I know. Historically, it's been about the individual, but I just think that's an antiquated notion. If we want to come in and transform this ecosystem responsibly, we have to bring a team mentality. So it's got nothing to do with me. I know historically it's been about the individual, but I just think that's an antiquated notion.
So there you go. That's where the soul dies, right? That's where the soul dies, right there. That concept right there. Because he's saying you don't need this figure atop of the pyramid that, the Berlusconi of the situation, or the Maldini of the situation, or the Abramovich of the situation. It's not about that. It's not about having like this person that is there pushing the club or doing this or doing that, but it's basically the company, the corporation. Now it's the corporation. Everybody in the company does their job. There is no connection now to us, the fans. That figure dies in his new modern way of looking at it. This is an experiment. We'll see if this is going to work, guys. This is an experiment.
If we want to come in and transform this ecosystem responsibly, we have to bring a team mentality. So yes, I mean, I want to win just as much as everybody else. I'm on the phone multiple times a day to our management team. I wake up in the morning thinking about this. I go to bed at night thinking about this. But my showing up isn't going to change anything. My job is to make sure that I provide the resources that we can be competitive. Everybody wants to win. No one's more competitive than me. I want to win a Scudetto and I want to win a Champions League every year. The reality is the reason why these assets have the scarcity value that they do and they trade at the premium values that they do is because you can't control that. That's the beauty of sports. It's not TiVo-able, right? In the old days. But what I focus on is what we can control. and that I'm gonna be responsible for. And to do that, it's a team effort. It can't just be one person.
So
And that's another reason why I think Maldini is out of the picture. Because, yeah, he will love to be able to win every year, but that is not the way he's going to operate. The way he's going to operate is just make sure the team is competitive every year. And then if you end up winning a year, or it's okay, take it as it comes. Very interesting.
one of the things that, like, again, one of the questions of Mark's is about, there's a lot of former Elliott people, your CEO, your CFO, if I'm not mistaken. Elliott kind of played an important role in kind of lend you, kind of give you a vendor loan to buy the company. So sometimes there's questions like, what is the relationship between Redbird and Elliott? And yeah, so I think a good opportunity to clarify that.
Look, Redbird and Elliott really get each other. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Paul Singer and Gordon Singer. I did not know them before this. As I said, I was very impressed with what they did with this asset in 4 years, particularly impressive because they don't have any real experience in investing in sports assets, but these guys know how to drive cash flow. The fact that these assets trade on a multiple of revenue is a joke, right? That's just lazy, okay? These things should trade on a multiple of cash flow, okay? And so I don't subscribe to any of that stuff. Elliott's the same way. And so look, they're one of the most sophisticated investors on the planet. So I had to pay a real price for this, okay? And I did, but because I've been around this for 4 years and because I apprenticed, in European football, and I spent 5 years and met with close to 200 teams, and we did invest, and we invested in France, and we invested in England. I had a viewpoint as to what the business plan would be in AC Milan. I wasn't just showing up to go buy something, and so I part of that determination that in that business plan formulation was that there was a virtue to continuity. And so I said to Elliott when we were doing this, do you want to continue to stay involved? And so I'll put you in a different part of the capital structure. Redbird owns 100% of this, and I absolutely value them in the capital structure because.
All right, so we've been saying that a lot of times that Elliott kind of said, okay, we will stay in the club, but apparently Gerry asked them to stay.
They're really smart guys, and then even taking it to the next level, we took one of their two of their top guys, and of their own volition. I didn't do it. They raised their hand and they said, we're both Italian. Yeah. We're based in London. We'd love to come back to Italy. It's a family life decision. Could we put our hat in the ring as you were looking for someone to replace Ivan, who did a nice job there, Ivan Gazidis? And I said, sure. I said, and we did it. We vetted them with everybody else. And sure enough, what a surprise, they're great, as CEO and CFO. And the reason why that also really works is because they're very much commingled as part of our team. We're very hands-on. So going back to your question about me, it's not about me.
Yeah.
I've got really talented guys all around me. And so we have a very diversified team that is responsible in a very Belichick-like way for all different aspects of this. And that continuity, I stand by that 100%. I think it's one of the smart things. You see a lot of guys that go into sports and they come in guns blazing, and there's a lot of vanity and ego around sports. And the one thing I'd say, we're all Type A people, but we just don't have that. And
so you're not going to tell Pioli who to put on the pitch.
No, as I said to you, Belichick, do your job.
Some new owners in the Premier League like to give advice to their coaches.
Look, we're smart. I think I heard it up here on the panel. We're smart guys, just like all you guys. We're commercial. I mean, it's not rocket science. We're not curing cancer here. But there is an experience level. And what we can do is we have a data analytics business. Everybody uses data today. So gone are the days, per the old Moneyball movie, where showing up with data, like showing up with capital, is a competitive advantage. But the way we use data, I think, is differentiated. And so on the margin, look, I mean, everybody's got access to the same data feeds, but how you use that, how you look at spatial positioning, for me, it's very simple. It's like it's all ROI on goal efficiency. And so how players position themselves to increase their own efficacy in scoring and their own ability to increase those around their ability to score is what that's about.
And that's why Zaniolo, there was that big disagreement with Zaniolo, because right now his numbers are not showing that. But at the same time, Chukwueze has very wasteful numbers as well. So the Chukwueze deal does not make sense as well, according to this strategy of interpreting the data. So SMS should be top of the list. SMS should be top of the list when it comes to this. His numbers are exceptional as a midfielder when it comes to this particular way of looking at it. Anyway, let's keep on going.
On that end, so we're looking at that.
So you're gonna, in terms of continuity, like you're gonna maintain the same discipline on also transfer fees, in the sense that you're not gonna go crazy. Like again, in the Premier League, we see some new owners spending incredible amounts of money, not necessarily with great results like that. Is that like, are you gonna maintain that discipline of like keeping the cost under control?
What do you think?
As an AC Milan fan, we we'd like a great.
Yeah,
player,
but here's the thing. Look, you know, I cut my teeth in sports 20 years ago with George Steinbrenner. It was a visionary.
Okay, Nicolo Schira, guys. Let's go to Nicolo Schira. We have some Nicolo Schira news. Let's see what he says. Five minutes ago. Yeah, exactly what I thought, guys. Exactly what I thought. So Nicolo Schira says Marcus Thuram's bid 5 million plus 1 million as bonuses 2028. Inter instead is 6 million guaranteed. The last race between Milan and Inter on the transfer market was for Geoffrey Kondogbia. Good thing they won that one. Yeah, the margins are super small. So AC Milan pretty much offering the same thing that Inter is, but Thuram has to sweat for that extra million. While in Inter, he doesn't need to sweat. He basically gets that extra million. I still say that Thuram is most likely going to pick Milan over Inter because of the French connection in the team, the Francophone connection in the team, the fact that he's a Milanista, the fact that I think Pioli already spoke to him. If some people don't believe that, but that's what has been reported. So yeah, the margins are small. It's not like 3 million to 10 million. It's basically both teams are offering 6 million, according to Nicolo Schira. Nicolo Schira was on the whole Tonali. People can say he's a bullshitter. No, I don't think he's a bullshitter. If Nicolo Schira has this information, it's probably most likely true. But again, Milan and Inter are pretty much offering them the same amount of money. Same amount of money. Guys, is there more information on this? Right, the guaranteed salary is 6 million. So I'll show you. Pioli is sexting him right now. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Hello, let's go to the chopper. That is hilarious. All right, there you go. Nicolo Schira, this is what he says. AC Milan 5 million plus 1 million as bonuses 2028. Inter 6 million. Basically, as I said earlier, Thuram has to sweat for that extra million. Basically, he has to reach a certain amount of goals, appearances, assists, probably. Something like that. While at Inter, he can sit on the bench for the whole year, and he still gets that 6 million. Till 2028. So 5 times 6, that's 35. Right? Or 30 million. 30 million. Guaranteed. Inter. Well, guys, I don't know. In my opinion, he's going to pick Milan. In my opinion, he's going to pick Milan because of the things that we spoke about. The Francophone connection, Giroud, Mike Maignan, Theo Hernandez. Also, we got to see if these players stay. That's something to see. Kalulu, also French player. A lot of French players right now. I think I think the French players see Milan as a appetizable destination. So yeah, guys, I think this is going to happen for us. I think we're going to win this derby. Let's see, though. Let's see. Probably 10 goals, but are they giving him that 10 million if he no information on that just yet. No information on that just yet. If that comes out, guys, we will report it. We will definitely report it. So, guys, keep your hawk eyes open. In the meantime, we're going to finish the Gerry Cardinale interview.
And as I've watched, and I've lived with them for the last 20 years, and I watched the transition from George to Hal Steinbrenner, and I learned so much. I learned what works and what doesn't work. The real secret here is you can't buy wins. You can't buy championships, right? And, you know, our job is to lower the amplitude and the volatility. What's our job, right? What's the job in this transfer market? And what's the whole point of it? The whole point of it is not to attract the kind of capital that is endless, that you can just keep overpaying for things. The point is to lower the amplitude and the volatility so that you consistently perform. If you consistently perform, the value of your team is going to go up. And importantly, in the public-private partnership, you're going to deliver a value proposition to that very important partner that you have in the fans, right? The fans, we all want to win. We all want to win a Scudetto and a Champions League. But that's if that happened every year, if the same group won every year, what's going to happen to the value of the team and the value of that ecosystem?
So basically, he's saying that he wants consistency. He wants consistency in the performances, but he does not want to dominate. He's basically saying that if you dominate, like let's say how Juventus did, the value of the ecosystem goes down, and effectively that affects the all around, basically, value of the ecosystem and the assets themselves. Interesting to hear someone say that, because I would love to fucking dominate for 10 years the same way Juventus did. I would love to see Milan win every single year. Boy, I would love. Real Madrid has been dominating the Champions League for a long time. I'm sure none of the fans are complaining. But interesting that he says this. Very interesting. He says he wants to be consistent. Listen, man, if they can build a good roster by the end of the Mercato, and we have a badass roster going into the league, maybe our opinions will change on at least the technical sporting side. As far as the human value side, he already said he doesn't give a shit about it. He already told you guys. For him, there is no human value. It's about the company. Everybody in the company does their job. There's nobody here that has been assigned be the ambassador of Milan, be the glue that connects the club to the management to the fans. Anyway, crazy stuff.
Right? You want the excitement of human nature, right?
You want the Serie A to be a competitive league.
I want it all to be competitive. I want everybody to be competitive, right? I can live in that. That's Wall Street. I mean, that's great. We're not rigging the system.
Yeah.
But what you can control is consistency, and that's what our job is.
So you've invested in, like, kind of Redbird manages a number of assets.
If he can maintain this line of sporting consistency, which is stay in the top four, because if you stay in the top four every year and you go in the Champions League, you have to think that the team eventually is going to become a super badass team. Unless the Mercato, they just dismantle the team every single year and they don't replace the players. Tonali was technically, on a sporting aspect, an incredibly important player for the team. One of the most important players, definitely the most important midfielder, the player that played with the most heart. So in order to be consistent, Gerry, now you have to replace Tonali with someone that can, with players, etc., that can give you the same kind of results. So if he can maintain his line of ambition, then maybe, guys, things are not going to be so bad on the results on the sporting side. But he will not get my respect until he earns it.
Recently resurrected the XFL, which is kind of an alternative American Football League, rather than a rival in kind of cooperation with the NFL, which is interesting. You have history in the concessions and ticketing business. You own Toulouse. You own
I want to answer this. Roy, what roster purely takes 1-2 seasons to integrate players in the system? How are you going to integrate 10 new players? Well, it depends on the quality of the players that come in. If we get too many youngsters, then it's going to be impossible. So there needs to be some sort of balance. You need to bring in players that are ready to perform right away, and also with some youngsters, maybe even bring in some more experienced players. So all of these things need to be considered. If you bring in only youngsters, then yes, Mustafa, it's going to be impossible. It doesn't matter who the coach is. Like, you cannot integrate players right away. So whoever he brings in has to be players that can guarantee you some sort of ready competitiveness. So he wants to make Inter stronger. That explains everything. Sacks Maldini and sells Tonali and says he wants to be consistent. Roy, are you being too optimistic? Let's be real here. He hasn't put his money where his mouth is, at least not yet. Well, listen, the market ends in August. The market ends in August. So we have basically July, August, and let's see what he does. So let's see. We got 2 months. We got still 2 months and 2 weeks of this.
the part of the Rajasthan Royals cricket team in India. How do you connect all these things in a way that, like, are there any synergies there?
Look, I mean, there's macro and micro synergies. I mean, we are in the business of monetizing intellectual property, right? We are cash flow drivers and cash flow builders.
Later, Ricky.
When you look at everything that we own in our portfolio, there is a contiguity to it. I mean, we brought the New York Yankees in, to invest with us in AC Milan. Why did we do that?
Yeah.
Because our fundamental macro investment thesis is that AC Milan is one of the great global brands in European football and in the world. It's the #1 brand in Indonesia. It's one of the top brands in China. And it's a sleeping giant. So who better to bring alongside of us than the New York Yankees to sort of look at that with us and say, what's the art of the possible? So we want to commingle everything that we do with world-class people, world-class owners of intellectual property, world-class intellectual property in and of itself. And so, when you look at the XFL, we bought the XFL out of bankruptcy. I did it in partnership with Dwayne Johnson. Vince McMahon did a hell of a job launching this once, doing it again twice right before COVID. We bought it out of bankruptcy, and we partnered with Disney and ESPN as our broadcasting partner. We also partnered with the NFL as their development partner. We took a very fundamental approach that spring football should be part of the NFL ecosystem. When we invest in sports, I think one of the things that's really important is you can't just go and treat it like typical private equity guys where you're going in and buying something. You've got to think about what's the ripple effect in the ecosystem. So with XFL, we're going to be a responsible participant in American football. Guess what?
So this Dwayne Johnson also has the XFL. There was that picture of him in a meeting with Dwayne Johnson, The Rock. I guess that's what that was all about.
When you step back and you look at it, American football doesn't have a development league. It doesn't have a minor league. Well, during COVID, when the entire offensive line of a team went out because they were sick with COVID, they couldn't have a game. There was no one to go to. They had to go literally to ex-football players who were driving Amazon delivery trucks. Well, now how does that make sense? Right, so there's a legitimacy.
Yeah,
I'm always about legitimacy. What's the legitimacy? So similarly, we're going to take the same approach and the stuff we're doing here.
So you mentioned private
Good point,
equity
Mustafa.
with a tinge of disdain there.
Good point.
Like, why? I mean, there's been talk in the past. Kind of private equity has been like kind of part of the story is that private equity has been investing a lot in sports. Why that kind of? Are you not a private equity firm?
Yeah, I think you have to define private equity, and we get lumped in with a lot of different aggregators of capital who, under the moniker of private equity. I look at when I retired from Goldman in 2013. In my own mind, I retired from private equity. Private equity is, no disrespect to it, but I mean it's a little bit of reverse M&A. I mean the metrics for success in private equity are raising funds. right? Metric for success at Redbird is building businesses.
Mhm.
That's not, one's not better than the other. It's just, that's what I want to do with my life. I don't want to I did the other thing for 20 years. That's all. So when you look at sports, it just so happens, we're not smarter than anybody else. It just so happens that what gets us up every day plays really well in sports. We're unemotional, we're cash flow buyers and builders, and we love monetizing intellectual property, and we're responsible participants and think about our impact on the ecosystem.
Yeah.
Right? It's a little different than deploying a ton of capital, parking it, and just clipping a coupon. That's not something that anybody can do that. But if you're going to do that, don't charge 2 and 20.
So earlier I was trying to push the head of Serie A.
All right, guys, we got some more breaking news. Let's go to it, and then we'll finish the interview. But anyway, it's important that we know who our owner is, and we get a glimpse into his world, his words, where it's not the words of journalists, of speculation. No, we're hearing him. We're hearing what he wants to do, what he doesn't want to do. Obviously, like as of now, it's all about money. It's all about profiteering. It's all about business. It's all about branding. He even said that he does not want to dominate. Imagine if Berlusconi would have said that. Berlusconi was all about, I want to dominate not only in Italy but in Europe. So those are definitely things to look at for as far as the drive of the sporting aspect. But anyway, let's go to Twitter and then we'll come back to this. Let's go to Twitter. We got some Nicolo Schita stuff first, and then we'll look at other stuff as well. So Nicolo Schita here brings up a good opinion. This is just an opinion of his, not an official statement or whatever. This is just an opinion, a good unpopular opinion debate here. As for Kondogbia, the duel, he's talking about Thuram, right? As for Kondogbia, because Kondogbia was a player that both Milan and Inter were trying to get, the duel risks turning out to be a boomerang for the Milanese. Thuram is a good player, but not a top player. The figures are starting to be net of the growth decree, a little high for a striker whose goal record in a season is 13. Yes, 100%. 100%. 100%. There's absolutely no doubt about this. We're going to pay this player so much money, but yet, what has this guy done? His best achievement in football so far is be a bench player for the national team of France, behind Koulibaly, behind Giroud. And his best season so far in professional football is having scored 13 goals in the Bundesliga and 6 assists. Probably in all competitions he had more. But these are decent numbers. But what Inter is forcing us to do right now, and what we have decided to do right now, is pay this player according to our own financial ecosystem, our salary cap, our locker room. Is we're paying this guy the same amount we would pay a guy that just won the MVP of a Serie A. He's not even a prolific type of scorer. So when he comes to Italy, this guy is not going to be scoring 1 million goals like some people think he would be. This is a very good opinion from a very good opinion and debate to raise from Nicolo Schita. 100%. I would give Thuram a chance. He's playing alongside the best player in Serie A. No, listen, 100%. We are going to, if he comes, he's going to have a chance. But are we overpaying his wages? Antonio, what's up, my man? How's it going?
Yo, what's up? It's my last day of vacation. How are you?
Nice. Good. We're just following the Twitter sphere here on the news, and we're watching.
I just saw news about Tonali.
Yeah, we're going to go to that next. That's a Milan eye, correct?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to that. Yeah, we just spoke about how Schita is debating on the fact that we're overpaying Thuram as far as the wages go. Milan eye, guys. What does Milan I say about our old friend Tonali? Old acquaintance. 6 minutes ago, Tonali wanted to stay at Milan. When he was informed that the club absolutely wanted to sell him to bank 80 million, he broke down to tears. He thought about staying at Milan, which is the club of his heart, for his entire career, and became one of the club's bandiera. Bruh. This is how we all feel right now, reading that. Anyway, listen, what are we going to do? We can't really do anything about this. These guys have literally ripped the heart out of our chest and they're selling it. So, Gerry, we're watching his interview. He's talking about, satisfying that value proposition to one of the constituents, which is us, the fans. I don't know how this fits in that mold. I don't know how that fits in the mold. Unless what, bro, these guys are sharks. They're ruthless. Do you really think Maldini would have make this happen? There's no chance. This is why they fired Maldini.
Dude,
This-
and Roy, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't as passionate as I am now, like you were at the beginning of this. But now I totally am like pissed off by some of these fans in our fan base. Like I'm really like before I was listening to their opinions, whatever. But these guys they're like okay, they're talking from a business standpoint. They're trying to make things make sense. But don't you see that this is a football club and we're actively regressing as a club in terms of the sporting results? Like we're going down a regression from after all these years of terrible misery, and they don't care. Like all they're defending this guy's business. People are saying this guy's going to take us to the quote unquote next level. Like what? Like maybe okay, we build a stadium, but we're not going to be as competitive as we are now. I'd much rather fight. With the team we were building, we could have maybe hoped to like compete in the Champions League in the next maybe like 2-3 years if we made the right signing, maybe 2 years to win it. I'm going to be honest. I know people are going to say it's a stretch, but if we had the right funds, we bring in another striker, we bring in a right winger like a Guler, maybe let him develop, and then our team could be top.
Yeah.
And now we just sold one of the pillars, which the news was saying wouldn't happen. All the sources said it was not going to happen. So these guys are either they're liars or the journalists are, or whatever. I think it was Scaroni who said it. I don't know, but the journalists are just BS. The only one I really like, to be honest with you, is Longo, because although the Vitiello and others are reliable, even Di Marzio, I feel like they're too sympathetic. They don't really tell us what, like Di Marzio was really being hesitant about Tonali until it actually happened, because they feel bad that we keep getting this terrible news and they're trying to lighten it up. But the truth is that these guys are actively trying to, diminish us. And Longo's the only one who kind of just says it as it is, and he feels terrible saying it, but he says the truth. And this is what's happening. Like they never really had any. This was their whole plan all along: get rid of Maldini, sell a player, bring in a couple youngsters. Next summer, either they sell another one this summer if there's a big offer for Theo Hernandez. Expect maybe at least one other to be sold. Then next summer, one or two more. And they're going to hope that the players that we bring in are going to turn into stars, but it's not that easy. Like we had our failures. I mean, I don't know if CDK is going to develop, but not everyone you bring in is going to be able to develop that quickly. So it's just like we are exactly Borussia Dortmund. That's exactly what happened. And Red John was right. So stop with this fake optimism. Like not you, but like the people in the chat, and like I don't believe this. I'm sorry.
Well, nobody in the chat is optimistic right now. I still have the doors open because I want to imagine that if they have to reinvest some money in. We have to get players. Like we only have 2 midfielders, so who are these 3 midfielders that are going to come in? I have to imagine that they have to be somewhat decent. I have to imagine that they're going to be somewhat decent.
And just my opinion on Thuram and the midfield, the 6 million is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah,
he doesn't.
I agree with
At
that.
this point, I want Inter to get him. I don't care that much about this guy. Bring in some, like, I don't know. Can they get anyone else? Can they get a youngster? Can they spend a little bit of money, or are they just going to take all the money?
I
Get
would go for
someone else.
Taremi.
Yeah, yeah, sure, but it doesn't fit the project because we
Right.
don't want ready-made players. So that I'm not on board with this anymore. The midfield, Frattesi.
Antonio, you cut out.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, cut out. My bad. Frattesi, if he wants to go to Inter, let him. Which is what I've been kind of. People are debating what he really means. I think he wants to go to Inter. If I'm being honest with
No,
you.
he does. He does.
Yeah. So let him go. I'm sorry. I don't care that much. We had our pillar. We got rid of him. So now I want them to see that we're not going to be able to replace him. It's not that easy. I don't. And I want people to see that this is a fail. This idea is not going to get us to. Will not make us improve. So it's just like completely depressing.
I understand your anger, dude.
Yeah.
I understand your anger. I'm super angry too, but I do not want to press the self-destruct button. You know, I do not want to press the self-destruct button because at the end of the day, if you guys are pissed off right now, you'll be way more pissed off if things go really sour when the games start, because we saw that when the actual football starts, that's when the emotions really start coming in, and that's when we're either going to have a really shitty year emotionally or whatever from just life in general. So I do not want to self-destruct. I do not want to self-destruct.
And listen, there's still fans that, because I'm with them, I'm with my family right now. And we're always talking about Tonali. There's still some fans that are saying that Tonali is a mercenary. He lied.
Yeah, it is.
He literally said like in his quote, "I want to stay with this club for the rest of my career." Those types of quotes. They think that he's lying about that. I'm sorry, but actions speak louder than words. He literally cut his salary to stay with us at first. We've been through this, and I don't know if you guys don't have to trust the news, but people are saying that the sources are incredible about the whole like Milan thing. But it looked like he was upset. For me, like, let's be honest. Like, the logical conclusion is that they had to sell him for 80 million, or they sold at least one of our players, and they said the offer is here. They like kind of maybe they even like attracted Newcastle by saying, let's try to work a deal out. Like they pushed to get him sold. Who knows?
I think
Newcastle
so.
wanted to sell him.
I think that's what happened. I think that's
Yeah.
what happened.
Yeah,
I think
because they had
that's
to
what
sell
happened.
someone. They were looking to make a profit. Maybe that's
That-
why Maldini was also arguing with them, but we don't know. I really hope, like my dad says, I hope someone says something for some clarity, but I doubt anything's going to come out.
That's
honestly.
exactly what I was saying. That's my conspiracy theory of the day. They pushed this sale to happen. When Newcastle came in for Barella, they probably called them. Hey, listen, forget Barella. We got Tonali. We're ready to sell Tonali if you want. This is the price,
Yeah.
et cetera, et cetera.
And you know what? Maybe we're all asking the question. Okay, why would we sell Tonali instead of other players? First of all, this is at least my perspective. I think you agree. Tonali, for us fans, is, even though quality-wise he's not the best player on our team, it's just his what he means to us, his age, his importance in the midfield, is a player that I would rather us keep than some other stars on our team. I don't know if you agree with that, but we can have that debate. That's my perspective. For them, they don't care about any like meaning of the
No, they
team.
don't.
So all they look at is Tonali as a player who is a lot of quantity. Maybe they think, oh, we can replace someone like this because we can't. Maybe Leao scores goals. Magnan is a good keeper. I mean, maybe we sell them too. Not maybe next year or whatever. But they're like, if we have to sell someone right now, we can easily replace Tonali. So that's probably their mindset. We can get some more quantity in the midfield.
Well,
they
listen,
don't know anything.
Listen, to be honest with you, the one thing you can't replace Tonali with is his spirit and his determination. And
but they don't care about that. That you know why, Roy? There's no data for that. There's no metric for that. You know what I'm saying? That's
exactly. I totally agree with you. While replacing like someone Magnan more difficult, Theo Hernandez even more difficult. So yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree essentially with what you're saying. But they're totally off the mark because at the end of the day, there were like 1 million players I always say this. There were 1 million players on the beaches of Ipanema that were 100 million times more technically better than Gattuso, but not one person on this entire universe could give what Gattuso gave for AC Milan. Same thing goes for Tonali. So it's that kind of thing. Yeah. Listen, to respond to Edison, he had this comment earlier. I wanted to respond to it. Last few years, we have debated about players having low wages, and now that Thuram is getting 6 million is high. I think the wages are increasing for all players. So there's no indication right now that the wages are increasing. Rather, the last thing we heard from, I think it was Longo, that they are going to respect the salary cap. But at the end of the day, Edison, you have to put in consideration that we have players that have been busting their asses off for this team. They've won a Scudetto for us. They've got into the semifinals of the Champions League for us almost after 20 years. And they're making half of what Thuram is going to be making, a player that hasn't done anything in football yet. Of course, if it's Haaland coming in, 6 million, shit, take it. Take it. If it's a De Bruyne, if it's
And guess what? Sorry,
yeah.
Roy. I don't know if you saw this, but now we're being linked with Ruben Loftus-Cheek again.
Oh my lord.
So you know what that makes me think? Okay, maybe not Arnautovic, maybe because they wanted some experience, because Pioli even likes experienced strikers. But players like Loftus-Cheek, it wasn't just Maldini who was interested in him. I think these guys are interested in him too. So it's not. I think there's a lot of propaganda going around. We don't know what
point.
to trust.
Very good point. Yeah, we are being linked to the same players that Maldini was looked at, so it had nothing to do with that. Again, the players that Maldini looks at, I wish, oh my God, I wish people did not. The players that Maldini looked at, Maldini did not hire a private firm of scouts to go look for players. Milan has its scouts. Maldini, the reason why they chose Loftus-Cheek as a possible player is because that's who the scouts told him to fucking look at. CDK did not just appear out of nowhere because Maldini said, you know what, I'm going to get CDK. No, that was a player that the scouts told him, hey, this is one of the guys you should look at. This is one of the guys. The media propaganda, anti-Maldini propaganda is basically fruit of the fact that people are angry because we lost 4 derbies last year. They're angry that we did not do this, do not do that, and they need a witch to burn, and Maldini is the witch. Now that the witch has burnt, the truth is starting to come out. Sad shit. Moncada masterpiece. We attached to Tonali because he's one of us Milan fan who made it to Milan and he was living our dream, but Cardinale doesn't care about. Yeah, and in the interview that we're watching, and we're going to finish it, Cardinale said that for him, these things don't matter. These things, he pretty much said it, not directly, indirectly. He's saying that at the end of the day, it's about corporate America, the company. There is no figurehead. There's no De Laurentiis. There's no Berlusconi. There's no, in this case for Inter, a Zhang, a Moratti. There's no one figure that goes to the stadium and shows that attachment to the club. It's the company, the corporation. Everybody in the corporation has their job, and the whole history, the heart, the values mean zip. CDK's agent said Moncada was the main reason CDK is here, but delusional fans would put it on Maldini. All right. Anyway, guys, nonetheless, I'm going to keep the doors open. We have to replace these players. Let's see who comes in. If the players are good, then they're good. Of course, like Antonio said the other day, do not get attached to these players because there's no point in doing that. But if a roster is good, the roster is good next season. Then we expect them to perform. Transfers right now, there's just Frattesi and Thuram right now that are the closest ones that are being actually linked. The closest players right now are Frattesi and Thuram. Thuram, we might see something very soon. Maybe something even today, guys. Maybe something today. As far as Frattesi goes, this is the situation with Frattesi, Ernesto. Frattesi has made it clear that he would prefer Inter, but he also stated if something else comes, which you can't say no to, he will accept it. And he is referring to Milan. Frattesi was talking between the lines, but us people with half a brain can understand what he was saying. Then on the other front, as far as the clubs go, Inter does not have the capital right now to guarantee to get Frattesi. They are waiting. They're waiting to sell either Onana or Brozovic. Those are the two players that they're going to be selling. Milan has already sold, so Milan is ready to pounce on the situation. So basically, Milan is in pole position to sign him, but he would prefer to go to Inter. That's where we are at with Frattesi. That's the situation. So we will find out in the upcoming days what happens to him. What I suggest is that guys that think, well, he wants Inter, so fuck him. Guys, there's no point in thinking that way. Tonali wanted Milan, but he's in Newcastle right now. So it doesn't matter what players think anymore. What can we get? That's what matters now. Let's go back to this. We're almost finished with it, so let's keep on going with this. Guys, if any new news come on, guys, you guys have the hawk eyes, let me know. Why would we bring Frattesi if the statistics say he's the worst passer? Worst passer in what? What do you mean? I'm not sure. Let me check his stats.
Lorenzo Cassini, and see whether he's going to let private equity buy a stake in Serie A. He was very tight-lipped. He didn't really let much go, but we know they were there before. It didn't happen. We know that there's interest to get in. How would you feel about a potential investment of private equity funds in the league?
You won't believe what Elon Musk did inside the walls of this building you see behind me. I'm here in San Francisco.
I'm not a buyer of that, and I'm not a supporter of that.
Why not?
Again, I start from the premise that today everybody has capital. So showing up with capital isn't the point. The point is what's the purpose for the capital? And you can't determine the purpose for the capital unless you have a business plan. So what's the business plan? Why do you want capital? Why are these leagues that are the aggregators, the portals of all this intellectual property, why are they allowing themselves to be subordinated, with debt capital? Why are they mortgaging their future? So instead of getting 100-cent dollars going forward, they're going to get 50-cent dollars. When you look at the aggregate dollars that are coming in and you split it across 20 teams, what's that going to do for you? So I don't subscribe to that at all. I think, if you look at the continent, forget about England for a minute. When you look at the continent, if you look at England, start with England, there has been a corporatization and a professional institutionalization of ownership in England, right? That hasn't happened in the continent. The only two institutional owners, I think, on the continent are Redbird and the owners of Paris Saint-Germain. We have a responsibility. There's an impact, a positive impact we can make. So if there's going to ever be a discussion, as long as I'm around in Serie A, if there's going to be a discussion about bringing in that kind of capital, we're going to sit down and have the discussion. We can be self-sufficient ourselves. All right, we're here. Okay,
You're saying that you'd be keen also to invest in the league?
100%.
That's
talking about the stats, what I just saw, Frattesi in opposition half has better possession stats than Tonali, because Frattesi is more of a passer than Tonali is. This is why this comment is strange to me.
Roy.
Yeah.
Hey, just to say, I saw this whole interview after they fired Maldini. I found it, and I was just curious, and so I started watching. Basically, he's just saying he does minimize outside investment. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't really listen to this guy's voice anymore. He bothers me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching the whole thing right now. We saw almost all of it. We're just going to go through it, and as soon as something breaks, we're going to talk about it. Guler Favre said Guler is going to Germany, guys. This is very bad news. Very bad news. Alan, source, please. Where did you see this?
New.
100%. The owners should own, right? And so part of what we want to do is we want to get our fellow owners together and say, you know, what do we want to do? How do we do better? We have a media deal that we're going to have to work on. There are other things that we can be doing with Lorenzo and his colleagues. There's a lot that we can do here. You know, when we bought into AC Milan, as I said to you, there are, what did I say? 3 constituents: the fans, right? Serie A, right, and the municipality of Milan. Those are the 3 constituents, and we want to impact all 3 of those. And so we got work to do. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but we don't need to look outside of our ecosystem to be self-sufficient. That will never happen.
You've been crystal clear on that. Stadium. If anybody like me reads the Italian sports press obsessively, we know that you were in Milan yesterday to meet with the mayor and the governor of Lombardy. There's been discussions for a while now about San Siro, whether you'd stay there or you build a new one. Can you tell us a bit what's going on in your mind? Maybe some idea of what happened yesterday?
Sure. Look, you know, again, when we bought AC Milan, we did not underwrite build a new stadium. There hasn't been a new stadium in Italy since 2011.
The Juventus one, right?
The Juventus one. That's a 40,000 seat stadium. Obviously, we're very aware of the importance of San Siro in Italy, in Milan. But you know, when you look at the brand of AC Milan and you look at where I think Serie A should be and all 20 owners in Italy should be, one area that is underutilized and underperformed is the infrastructure that brings the live event to the fans. Again, it's about delivering a value proposition, right? How do you deliver a value proposition to the fans? Well, yes, you have to perform, you have to win. I'm of the view that you're not going to pre-legislate a championship every year, but you can be consistent. But you know, they should have access to world-class infrastructure. And so, you know, we are been evaluating, you know, different sites, including next to San Siro, to see what would be possible. Now thinking about also our partner in the Milan municipality and, you know, in the Lombardy region. And I think we can bring real value. I think we can transform, you know, when you look at Milan, I have to tell you, you know, up until recently, when I invested in sports, it was always with the view that there was a Venn diagram between sports and media. And I have to say, you know, I give real credit to LeBron James and Maverick Carter, who taught me you're missing a third leg of the stool. Third leg of the stool is culture. In America, culture is urban. In Europe, it's fashion, right? We're sitting right there in Milan, and we don't have an ability to, you know, our Live Nation is one of our partners. We don't have an ability really to bring Live Nation in to program any of this infrastructure and on the back of the AC Milan anchorship, you know, bring other forms of entertainment to the community.
So you see that at the moment, San Siro doesn't allow you to do the kind of fulfill your vision of like bringing Live Nation, kind of that kind of live.
You know, look, the stadium was first built in 1920, and it was renovated over the years. I'm just simply saying that there's an opportunity if we want to return AC Milan and Serie A to the world-class table, which I believe they deserve a seat at. You have to do it in the full 360 degree flywheel. And part of that's going to be the infrastructure. I always come back.
All right, guys. So he's talking about the stadium, but we do have some new news that Alan brought up, and let's talk about it. This is quite disappointing to me. It hurts my soul to see this, but you know, at this point, I'm starting to get used to it. So let's go to it. Madrid Extra, by the way, you have here a picture of Brahim Diaz in the new Real Madrid uniform. Brahim Diaz in the new quit, but here we go. Arda Güler's first coach, Guler. I don't know how to pronounce that. I talked to Arda's father 2 days ago. They're about to make a decision now. From what I understand from his father's attitude, it seems like he'll be Germany, Dortmund or Leipzig. Bruh! Come on. We're better than Dortmund or Leipzig. It's so much better if he comes to us, because once this guy's going to go to Dortmund, they're going to sell him for 120 million. Like, why don't we do that shit? If we're going to embrace the Dortmund moniker, let's fucking be better than them. It's done. It's over. It's over, guys. Moncada, if Moncada can't get this kid here, if Moncada cannot get a fucking 18-year-old kid who is supposed to be the next big thing, right? And the whole, he discovered Mbappe becomes all fucking bullshit. Just this whole Maldini propaganda is so annoying. Where's Rocco? Where the fuck is Rocco? Yeah, I know. That is definitely true. That is definitely true. There is a big population. Well, the problem with this, Ernesto, is that this is not a rumor. This is the coach that says, I spoke to the father and he thinks that most likely he'll be Germany. Now, that is not an official statement. It's not 100% he's going to go to Germany, but let's be realistic here. Most likely now he's either going to Dortmund or Leipzig. And I do not want to hear, oh, that means he's a Dortmund level player. You know, he's not good enough for AC Milan. No. This is very disappointing, guys. Like, this is literally the fucking best opportunity of the summer right now. Anyway, we'll see what happens with this. This is not a rumor. This is a statement from a coach. A rumor is when rumors, guys, this is the difference, okay? Rumors is when you have an article and the article starts with source, a source says. A source close to the whatever says. But this is an official quote. This is a quote from the coach of the player. This is more than a rumor. Yeah, no, I understand it's not 100% confirmed, but obviously if the coach's dad told him we want to send him to Germany, most likely that's where he's going to go. Hopefully he comes to Milan. Don't worry, Roy. By the end of this mercato, we all going between drugs. Yeah, this is if you're into downer drugs, AC Milan is perfect. Watch us lose our targets, then panic and sign Loftus Cheeks and have our garbage. That's hilarious. Hilarity. Good catch. Very good catch, Alan. Very good catch. Hawkeyes.
I want to deliver a value proposition to our fans, and it all feeds on itself. It's all integrated, right? And so it's nothing other than that. Now, we're going to see if we can find the right opportunity. If we can't, we can't.
Yeah.
But it has to work for the fans. It's got to work for the Milan municipality. It's got to work for the Lombardy region. It's got to work for Syria. Everybody's going to have a voice in this.
And something that is also kind of slightly.
Did you see what he said? If we can't, we can't. Maybe they realize that they can't, and Laird is right. They're ready to sell the club. They're going to sell the club right away. Laird and I had that conversation the other day, and I definitely agree with Laird. If they know that they can't build a stadium, they will sell the club within a year or two. They're not going to stick around. The major factor in him developing the assets and the value of this is the stadium, the infrastructure, right? The fans, the revenue of the stadium, the business aspect of that. But if he can't do that, I think they are going to sell the club in 1 or 2 years, or even maybe this summer. They might even sell the club this summer. Who knows? But that's wishful thinking at this point. We do not want your football stadium. We just want you to leave. Why would Guler look at CDK and feel safe to come at Milan to develop? The last 15 years in Milan have been a social experiment. Roy, yeah, we spoke about Thuram and Frattesi. Those are the two big ones. Then there's Reijnders. That could be an option. But right now, the two big players that are being linked to Milan, the two really concrete operations that are not just rumors, but are actually really happening as we speak, is Thuram and Frattesi. That is more what we're waiting for. Those are the two big ones right now. But if we don't make champions in the next 2 years, straight, the value will drop below 1 billion. Yeah, 100%. 100%. You're 100% correct. You're getting your hopes. Yeah, I know I am. I know.
Unusual outside of Italy, like you share the stadium with Inter Milan. Would you, if you know, there's complications and that I'm not saying you need to commit, but if you could pick, would you do it on your own so that you're your own man?
Look, I mean, you know, we had a hand in building Yankee Stadium and Dallas Cowboys Stadium, and the company we created, you know, went on and helped build SoFi. You know, we have a real experience in doing this and also programming the various revenue streams in those stadiums. So, you know, our instincts are, you know, we can be you know, we have a real experience in doing this and also programming the various revenue streams in those stadiums. So, you know, our instincts are, you know, we can be I'm a big believer in being self-sufficient. Nothing's off the table. But you know, I'd say, you know, with regards to, you know, Inter Milan, I think they're thinking through what their future is going to be. And so all I can do is just focus on ourselves. And so I'm going to see what the best decision is for us.
Absolutely. We're running a bit out of time. I have one last question, then open to the audience. But like Super League, we didn't really, I mean, that's there.
All right. Skida. Big news, guys. Big news. Skida. I'm telling you, that's beautiful. Where are you? Let's go to Skida, guys.
Hello.
Yeah, where are you right now? That was nice.
Can you hear me though? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay, good. I'm at this place called the Vizcaya Museum. Or like mansion. It's like this mansion on the water. It's so big, man.
It looks like very Spanish architecture.
Yeah, it's like Italian too, yeah.
Guys, I don't see anything here from Skida. Oh, are you sure? What am I looking for? Patrick Gutrone got married. Desna, what are we looking for? Breaking another conference call between Milan, Guler, check Skida. Yes, it's retweeted. Bruh, come on, don't. Are you seriously doing this? Are you fucking with me, man? Unbelievable. He just retweeted himself at top. He retweeted himself. This? Another conference. Oh, okay, guys. Sorry. Yes, sir. Here we go, guys. Good news. Bad news. Good news. Excellent. Another conference call in the last hours between AC Milan and Arda Güler's entourage. Milan are really working to try to sign the Turkish top talent who has a release clause, 17.5 million. Bruh, let's fucking do this. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Let's go, guys. I'm very happy that this is actually this stuff is being reported. I'm very happy that this is being reported. Good catch, Desna. Excellent catch. For a minute, I thought you were fucking with me, but you're not. Good catch. Very good catch, guys. Hawkeyes. We got Hawkeyes in the chat. Another conference call in the last hours between AC Milan and Arda Güler's entourage. Milan are really working to try to sign the Turkish top talent. Hopefully this is true. Hopefully this is true. Oh, he retweeted that. That was a retweet. Gotcha. From 2 days ago. Ozil, Fenerbahce. Something new about Thuram. The last thing we saw about Thuram is that Inter are going to guarantee him 6 million. Inter are going to guarantee him 6 million, while Milan is going to guarantee him 5 million plus 1 million bonus. 1 million in bonus. So that's the difference. That is the only difference right now. But they're both offering him 6 million. But Inter's 6 million is, even if you sit on the bench the whole time, you're still going to get 6 million. While at Milan, in order for him to get to 6 million, he has to score more than, I don't know how many goals probably they set for him, assists, appearances. If the contract says you have to score 25 goals, if a contract says you have to score 25 goals in order to get to 6 million, he's obviously going to sign for Inter. Who we are favored in Thuram? Yeah, I think so. I think everything leads us to get Thuram because of the Francophone connection, because he's a Milanista, because we've already spoken to him purely, and because essentially we're offering the same wages that Inter is offering. It's just that he has to work it. He has to sweat in order to get the whole thing, while at Inter he wouldn't. Czech Turkish journalist Yagiz Sabunokoglu. Man, these Turkish names are not simple. These are definitely not simple. Okay, how do you say that? Yagiz. Okay. Let's see what he says. Nine minutes ago, I see the word AC Milan. I see the word Arda Güler. I'm happy. Let's see what he says. Let's click on this. Desna doing the Twitter work here. Special AC Milan sent a permission letter to Fenerbahce to hold official talks with Arda Güler. Come on, guys. There's no way you cannot convince this player to come to AC Milan. There's no way. How do you not convince him? If Moncada is this incredible, whatever, he got Mbappe, add on Arda Güler to your resume, Moncada. Come on, add on Arda Güler to your resume. Show me how good you are, Moncada. This is the test, guys. This is the test. They say that Maldini this, Maldini that. Moncada is the best. Moncada is the truth. This is the test. Well, no, not really. This is not the test, but this is a good start for Moncada to get a little bit of flowers here and there. Good catch, Desna. Very good catch. Thuram is a Milanisti, but he might be out how they treated Tonali. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if these guys care. Roy, refresh everything. Why? Why refresh everything? Is there something else that happened? Antonio, what are our chances of getting Guler? What do you think? Antonio, you there? Okay, this guy says this. I don't know who this guy is.
Wait, don't you want to go all the way? Oh my God. Mom, try not to choose the most physically exhausting path impossible.
Yeah, climb those stairs, bro. Climb those stairs.
I'm trying to this joke. Go.
What the fuck is going on?
Joe.
What the fuck is going on? It says he's muted, but he's not. That's just weird. Anto's trying to fucking climb up some stairs. He's sweating his ass off. Clapping cheeks. That's hilarious. That's too funny, dude. Anto's clapping cheeks. Oh, that's too funny. That is hilarious. All right, so I don't know who this guy is. Il soldato del Cardinale Rosso. I don't know who he is, but this is what he said in Italian. Tano, if this is credible, it means that it is done. So yeah, Milan is willing to pay the clause. All right, guys, this is excellent, guys. Frattesi, Thuram, Arda Güler, not bad, not bad, not bad. Come on, like it can't be just fucking disaster the whole time. The sun does come out. The clouds are not going to always be gray. There's more open sky than clouds in the sky. Come on. That's a Cardinale parody account. All right, guys, if there's any news on this, also there's also the Benfica midfielder. Yeah, I saw that. That's still in a rumor phase. Right now, and there's the Reijnders situation also. We're going to focus a little bit more on Thuram, Frattesi, and Guler. But the Benfica midfielder you're talking about would be a replacement for. So basically, this is it. His name, what's it? Florentino Luis. Yeah. So today, Florentino Luis and Reijnders could be two players that we're looking at. But right now, that's just those are just rumors as of now. Okay, let's finish this interview, guys. Let's finish this interview. Dutch midfielder Wayfair. Yeah, I saw him yesterday. Dortmund would sell him for 100 million, and we will sell him for 80. I don't know about that, guys. Forza Milan Joel.
for the time being. But is there a world, something I'm curious, like whether you'd be interested in considering a new format of the Super League, maybe involving the other major European leagues minus the Premier League? I'm as an Italian, I feel I can be a bit of a Brexiteer of English football. So in the reverse.
Well, look, on the Super League, I think you have to. The Super League failed, so it's no point in talking about that. The point really should be, why did that occur? And the reason it occurred is what we alluded to earlier, which is that there has been a divergence between England and the continent. You've had, I call it the institutionalization of the corporatization of ownership in England, and by virtue of that, it's attracted capital, and it just flows through the ecosystem. The continent's behind on that. And what this is about. The Super League, while it may not have been executed in a way that worked for all the constituents in the ecosystem, which you have to be cognizant of, it was about making the field more competitive across the board. That's a good thing for the ecosystem. I want all the teams in Serie A to be competitive. I want the continent to be competitive with the Premier League. That's good. Competition's great, right? It enhances the value of the teams and the leagues. Question is, how do you do it? I do think there's an opportunity for us. If Serie A gets its own house in order, League One, La Liga, there's an opportunity to also collaborate.
Come on, these are not big words, guys. He's smart, but he's not like it's. But Roy, with it, Jerry using big words. But Roy, with the Tonali money, would you get Frattesi in SMS or Frattesi in Chiesa? Frattesi in Chiesa, 100%. Chiesa, unfortunately, is out of reach. If you want to get Chiesa, you have to spill 60 million. Right now, there are other teams on Chiesa, so I think Chiesa is on the move. By the way, Juventus, pretty much almost officialized Timothy Weah. So the Weah's son, George Weah's son, is going to be playing for Juventus, and which now makes sense because George Weah, as most of you guys know, had this interview, right, where he spoke about Milan, and he said in that interview that he used to be a Juventus fan. Now it makes sense why he said that, because he knew that the Juventus was negotiating with his son, and his son now is going to be playing for them. So that makes sense. I was like, why would he say that he was a Juventus fan? Like, it was such a random thing. But now it all makes sense. He's a politician, and he's doing politics. Get it? That's hilarious. Vlahovic on the market. Chiesa, being linked to Liverpool. Also Barella being linked to Liverpool, by the way. The world is upside down. Thuram's son is in Milan, Weah's son is in Juventus. I don't know if you're replacing him with Weah. Maybe. I mean, Weah is a winger, so it could be, yeah. Chiesa is definitely on the market. Napoli is also looking to get Chiesa, by the way. Anyway, let's finish this. We have just a few more, just 3 more minutes left.
Most of the leagues as well, but we've got to walk before we run.
Okay, I was going to take some question from our digital subscribers, but our iPad seems to have died.
What the fuck? Our iPad, what the fuck? Our iPad seemed to die. We can't take questions. Either there were no questions because nobody was watching, or because what the fuck? Come on, guys. This is a joke. That was going to be the juiciest part of this whole thing. I kind of feel like that was done on purpose. I wonder if maybe the questions were really fucked up. Maybe they weren't questions, or more like statements.
Do we have any questions from the audience? We'll take maybe 1 or 2, because we're very much beyond the. So I can't see. Can you mention who you are? And
Hi, Aaron Casanova from FT Strategies. Gerry, I wanted to talk, just ask about your stake in Redbird and FSG, and also the kind of ongoing sale, non-sale of the minority stake. How do you think that this has gone down, and how do you perceive it yourselves being a shareholder in FSG? And how do you react to rumors, for example, of Liberty Media wanting to take up some of that minority?
Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about
Over
this.
here, I mean, things tend to get a little ahead of the situation. I think our partner in Liverpool,
Don't care.
I don't think there ever was a
Don't care.
Liverpool. I would say
Don't care.
there was this much publicity around it, but so be it.
yes, one last question.
This motherfucker spoke about AC Milan for 30 minutes, and then that dude asked him about Liverpool. What the fuck?
Up front, can you just state your name?
Luca Bianchini here from La Gazzetta dello Sport Italy.
Luca Bianchini. That's one of the journalists that we usually see on Sempre Milan. His quotes, his reports. Gazzetta dello Sport.
Everybody here in Milan is talking about your priorities, your choice for the stadium. We are wondering which area will be you going to choose for the stadium of course.
What a fucking stupid question.
The three constituents that I think we have a responsibility to make our partners.
Shut up, you and your three constituents. Anyway, listen, we got it. We got a glimpse into the world of Gerry. Honestly, it's not terrible. The actions that they took are terrible with the Maldini and the Tonali thing, yeah. But if he wants to create a consistent team that can finish top 4 every year, sooner or later you're going to win trophies. If you keep the team intact. Listen, I'm not going to be super pessimistic about everything here. I'm going to keep the doors open for possibly us getting a good roster. But if we don't have a good roster this year, then we are doomed. We are fucked. We're completely doomed. That would be the question. Everyone is bought out. Curva Su, the media, nobody can have a say. Yep, that's right. The iPads die. The iPad died. Sorry about that. All right. So let's do a few more rounds. These guys are out next too. Don't worry. If you're a Milanista, there's one thing that is guaranteed under Gerry, under Redbird. If you're a Milanista, you get kicked out of the club. My advice to anybody that joins Milan is do not declare yourself a Milanista. As a matter of fact, Thuram might be in danger. We need to sign Thuram even if we don't want him. We're losing credibility. All right. Let's see if there's anything new regarding the Arda Güler stuff. Let's see if we have anything new here. So this guy here is someone to look. I'm going to click follow because he is basically the Turkish Nicolo Schira, Di Marzio, etc. So we're going to. Oh, okay. Here, Hold on. I see 15 minutes ago. Here we go. Retweeted. This is a retweet. Let's see what it says. I see Milan, I see Arda Güler. I don't know what it says. AC Milan official letter came to the club for Arda Güler. Will Arda Güler stay? Details of today's meeting. Who will be Fenerbahce's new coach? What was discussed with We Are Live? Okay, so they are talking about this, guys. Right now, they are having a live in Turkish. This is probably in Turkish. We're going to be talking about the whole Arda Güler ordeal and AC Milan. So I'm sure we're going to have more news on this matter coming up. If anybody speaks Turkish, guys, check their live, see what they say. Let us know. Okay, let's see if Vitiello has anything. Antonio Vitiello. Don't see anything. No, Vitiello is depressed today. He's not working. Doppio derby, double derby for Milan and Inter on Thuram and Frattesi. We already saw that. We already know that. Milan Gotta watch out with Twitter, man. Twitter is not a safe place. Milan sent a permission letter to Fenerbahce to hold official talks with Arda Güler. Perfect. Perfetto. So these upcoming days, guys, these are the three names that we need to be looking forward to. Marcus Thuram with Inter. Let's see if who wins this battle. I have a feeling we are going to win the battle when it comes to Marcus Thuram. But as Nicolo Schira brought up, the fact that we are paying this guy so much money, then if he turns out to be a flop, you know, it's bad news. It's really bad news for whoever takes the bait. For what we are paying him, you would have to expect him to be one of the best players in the Serie A for what we're paying him. Difficult to believe that can happen. These are things that need to be said. Okay? Thuram right now, once again, not to be repetitive, but Thuram in the French national team is behind Koulibaly and behind Giroud. His best achievement so far in his professional career at club level is scoring 13 goals and 6 assists in the Bundesliga, finishing 10th in the Bundesliga. If he comes, he'll be the most paid player in the locker room without having achieved anything in the Serie A and without having really achieved much in European football. So these are things that need to be put into consideration. But let's see who wins this derby in the end. One more time, AC Milan is offering him 5 million plus 1 million bonus. That 1 million bonus is probably tied to how many goals, how many appearances, how many assists he can produce. One of those three, or all three, or two of them three. While Inter is guaranteeing 6 million flat, no bonuses. 6 million. So whether he sits on the bench the whole year, he's still getting 6 million. In my opinion, because the margins are small, I think he's going to choose Milan because the financial wage margins are small and they're both essentially 6 million. He probably has faith that in himself and he can achieve those bonuses. And the fact that Milan has a very strong Francophone connection. Giroud, Kalulu, Teo Hernandez, Mike Maignan are players that play in the French national team or French national system, and that is going to be a major factor in his decision-making, and also put in consideration that he is a Milanista. Therefore, when you connect all these dots, you have to assume and make the educated guess that he will choose Milan in the end. We will be finding that out very soon. The other player that is very close to being very close to AC Milan is another player that we're contending with against Inter, the derby. It's the race for Frattesi. Frattesi right now, as we said, one of the hottest Italian, the number one hottest Italian midfielder coming out of the Serie A right now, ready to make the jump, is Frattesi. The Cardinale, sorry, not Cardinale, Fruliani and Carnevali, both the CEO of AC Milan and of Sassuolo, had a meeting about him. As far as we know, Inter have put on the plate 35 million plus a player. So all of that might come down to 40 million. On the other hand, AC Milan are being asked to put in 40 million essentially to match Inter's proposal. In this current moment, according to what we know from the player, Frattesi has stated in an interview, without saying names, but just by reading between the lines, Frattesi has stated that his number one priority would be Inter, but if another very interesting offer comes, he told Carnevale that, do not hesitate, I'll take it. And he was referring specifically to AC Milan. So basically, the doors are open for him to join AC Milan. He's also stated that he'd rather play in a midfielder 3, while as far as we know, Pioli does not have a midfield, so we don't know what Pioli's plans are. As of now, Pioli has no midfield. So he has to choose what he does based on the players that he gets. So Pioli might be forced to change the system, because he doesn't have a midfield and he doesn't have a cam either, an offensive cam in Brahim Diaz. Essentially, Pioli right now is going into the season minus Vranks, minus Bakayoko, minus Brahim Diaz, minus Tonali, and minus Benacer. So he literally does not have a midfield. Whoever he gets, that means he will have to adjust. Very difficult to think, especially with Milan's limited situation, that they're going to buy players due to the system that he wants. I think it's going to be the opposite this time. That's just a speculation. Anyway, connecting the dots, Frattesi right now, if you ask the player, he would rather join Inter, but because of the sale of Tonali, right now, Milan is in pole position to sign Frattesi. But this one is going to be much more difficult because the will of the player is going to have a big part in this. You need 3 constituents, as Cardinale says, to be in agreement. Both the clubs and the player. So Milan, Sassuolo, and Frattesi all need to be in sync, in harmony for this to happen. Right now, the harmony is Frattesi is probably in sync with Inter, but Sassuolo is probably in sync with Milan. So little things need to be shuffled there. The argument now with Thuram was 6 million wages for Thuram is too much. Now the argument with Frattesi is 40 million is too much, right, for Frattesi. That's a whole debate that needs to take place. I've said what my opinion is on that. I think at this point it doesn't really matter. But anybody that thinks otherwise definitely has a very good point to follow through on if they think that 40 million for Frattesi is too much. We might give him, there might be a player exchange here. We do have Brescianini here. There is Nasti. There's Maldini. There's Colombo. There are players that we could use as exchange players as well that maybe Sassuolo might be interested in. So that's something to consider as well. So these are the 2 players that are the closest right now to AC Milan, based on the information that we have. Then, of course, there's the Arda Güler operation. We have various sources reporting on Arda Güler, insisting every day that Arda Güler is a player that Milan is very interested in signing to. Now we had a statement from the coach. He said he spoke to the dad. The dad most likely suggested to the coach that his favorite destination for his son would be Germany. But we will see how that goes. Right now, as far as we know, Milan is sent a letter to Fenerbahce for permission in order to talk to the player. If we can sign Arda Güler, that's going to be a huge statement for this club and for football in general, because Arda Güler potentially potentially is one of the best football players on the planet in the upcoming next years. Right now, as an 18-year-old, he does not fit that mold. As an 18-year-old, he needs to go to a club where he can develop, and then at the age of 20, 21, 22, 23, he might be sold to the big clubs. That's probably the best thing that can happen to him. In my opinion, AC Milan is a perfect team for him to develop. I don't think there's any better team for Arda Güler to develop, because he is going to play if he comes, and he is going to be given huge responsibilities. There's no better stepping stone than AC Milan in this moment right now. It is basically the highest of the class. Obviously, that hurts, because we never used to be a stepping stone club. We used to be a destination club, but right now, this is the way things are. I did not talk so much about the Theo Hernandez links. We do know that Newcastle has come in, asked for Theo Hernandez. Milan has said, no way, Jose. But for 100 million, yes, let's do it. So let's see if they're willing to spend 100 million for Newcastle. For Theo Hernandez. If we do sell Theo Hernandez for 100 million, then we need to fucking really build a solid team with that money. I am going to keep the doors open on the possibility of us building a very strong roster for next season, even though we did lose Tonali, which is a terrible loss. The fact that now has come out from La Repubblica that he cried when he found out that they were going to sell him. Tonali did not want to leave. Tonali wanted to stay at Milan. Tonali, in his dreams, he wanted to become a bandiera. And also, there are other factors that suggest that this is true. Why? What are those factors? One, he reduced his salary to stay at Milan after his first loan experience with Milan. Two, he refused Inter when Inter offered him more money when he first joined AC Milan. So it wasn't about money for him. It's not about money for Tonali. Tonali is not a mercenary. Tonali is not someone that thinks about money. Tonali is a dreamer. Tonali is a fan. Tonali is someone that plays with the heart, not with his pockets. But he was forced out of the club. And in return, he does get a boatload of money. He just signed a 60 million contract. So he, in 5 years, 60 million euros are going to go through his bank account. That's what he signed. So, I guess in exchange of his tears, in exchange of the pain that this management caused them, they're saying, hey man, we just made you sign a 60 million euro contract. So, you don't have much to cry about. But none of that, all of that is bullshit to us. We are fans. We don't care about the money. We care about the football. And that needs to be said. Tonali's sale is going to hurt no matter what. The only thing that can alleviate Tonali's sale is to build a really good team. Milan has no excuses not to build a good team. If Moncada if the propaganda, the anti-Maldini propaganda is that Moncada is the biggest genius that football has ever seen, he discovered Mbappe, as if that is even true. Because the truth about that is that 1 million scouts probably were watching Mbappe, and 1 million scouts probably said, man, this guy's going to be a fucking beast. This guy's the next thing. I guess Moncada was lucky that Mbappe chose Monaco as his destination, as the stepping stone club. Hopefully Moncada gets lucky again and Arda Güler chooses AC Milan as his stepping stone club, as painful as it is connecting the word stepping stone to AC Milan. Then we have the names, Reijnders, this other guy from Benfica, Guler. All these, for now, these are just rumors. We're not going to be focusing on them so much. Chukwueze, we haven't heard about him so much recently. And essentially, this is what's going on. Breaking news, Gerry put Camarda on the market. Who would replace Theo if we sell him? I'm not sure. Maybe Parisi. Yeah, guys, listen. I have the eye for this shit, Gensel. I have the eye, man. I'm telling you, Arda Güler is a real deal. He's a real deal. And I'm so fucking happy that we are actually linked to him. Milan, interested in Fofana to replace Tonali. Lens asking around 35 million. Guys, this is how much it's going to cost to buy a midfielder that is ready to play. It's going to be around this price. People are going to say probably Fofana over Frattesi, but the only reason why you're going to say Fofana over Frattesi is because you don't see Fofana every Sunday. Probably, Frattesi, you do see him every Sunday, and he plays with Sassuolo. But this is how much it's going to cost to get a midfielder that can actually bring in the same amount of quality in other departments. It's going to cost this much amount. The fact that we're linked to these guys here, like these Benfica, AZ Alkmaar, and whatever not, those guys are big risks. Those guys are very big risks. You know, there's no way those guys come in and Inter does not have a better midfield than us. No, let's actually guarantee that we will have the best midfield in Italy. Yes, let's get SMS. Let's get Fofana. Let's get Frattesi. That will guarantee us having the best midfield. Let's not fucking go get these unknown players that are in the under 21s, because these are the players that then a lot of you guys will be complaining about next year. Tonali can't integrate players. Because these are the players that are going to take time to settle in. SMS you bring into Milan, he knows what it's like to play at the San Siro against Milan and against Inter. Frattesi, he knows what it's like. Both these players have beaten us many times already, and they're ready for the big. And so is Fofana. Fofana knows what the San Siro is like. He knows what big time football is like. We've been linked to SMS since Berlusconi was still in charge. It's not happening. Most likely no. Joao Cancelo, yeah, that'd be nice to replace him. Spinazzola would be good. The players that are similar to him are Joao Cancelo, Spinazzola. I think that's it, really. Who else? I'm not even going to mention the English ones because they're way out of reach. But I think it's those two players, Joao Cancelo and Spinazzola, that are similar style to Hernandez. Or maybe we replace Hernandez with a player that is different, and then the whole system changes. McKennie is the best option, in my opinion, to fit role. You've asking 30 million. Juve is asking 30 million, guys. Yeah, I did see these pictures of Theo Hernandez having a good time at the beach or on a yacht. I think he's happy. He's happy. But also, those pictures are probably not what it seems like. Like what it is, you know. All right, very good news here. Very bad news there. Neutral news here. Vitiello has been very silent on Twitter today. On Twitter today. Nothing from Vitiello. No, nothing from Vitiello. Let's see this guy, our good friend, our new friend, Yagis. 1 minute ago, Fenerbahce Zeko. Zeko joins Fenerbahce. He's having a live right now, talking about Arda Güler. Yeah, nothing new from him. Let's go to Fabrizio Romano. Manchester United are set to submit third official bid in excess of £55 million, which is around 65 million euros, for Mason Mount. 67/70. Really? I would have expected way more than that. Sources feel this is going to be the final proposal after two bids rejected in the recent weeks. Manchester United won quick resolution, also 100% agreed personal terms. Interesting. Cesar Azpilicueta has now full agreement on personal terms with Inter, 2-year deal. 34 years old. 34 years old. Obviously, player going into retirement. Yeah, nothing regarding Milan. I honestly do not care about what Patrick Kluivert is doing. I really do not give a shit. Wow, this is official now. So this is the first player that is in their 20s that has been signed by, I think, by the Saudis. Ruben Neves joins Al Ahly on permanent deal from Wolves, 55 million fee, so that's around 65, 70 million euros. Oh, no, 55 million euros. Record sale for English club for Wolves. Neves is signed. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, let's check Di Marzio. Marzio was drunk the other night. Let's see if he's sober tonight. So Roma is going to make money off of the Kluivert operation. We don't care about that. We don't care about that. De Laurentiis has met up with Osimhen's agent. That could be interesting. We will know soon what the deal is with that. So the United States is going to be the first country, this was from 1 hour ago, to host the Club World Cup club tournament. The Club World Cup tournament. USA is going to be the first country to host it. USA getting involved in football, man, heavily. This player here, El Bilal Touré, linked to Atalanta. Yeah, nothing, guys. Nothing from Milan now. I think the next things we're going to see is Frattesi, Thuram, and Arda Güler. It's one of these three names. We're going to have more information on one of these three names. I got to be really careful on Twitter because Twitter is essentially a porn site. So I got to be careful to write these names correctly. Done deal and confirmed, Jude Bellingham. Aaron Martin is one step away to Genoa as a free agent. Yeah. Unless there's anything here, guys, that you saw, I don't see anything else. Okay, here we go. What's up? We got some news. We got some news. Breaking news. Romano, 1 minute ago. Fabrizio Romano. Where, guys? I don't see anything. Ah. What? No way. No way. Marcos Thuram is now understood to be orientated to accept Inter proposal. Bruh, this guy, come on. You don't want to fucking sweat for that 1 million? Bruh. Well, fuck, you guys pay him 6 million a year for 12 goals a season. No way. Marcos Thuram is now understood to, guys, Fabrizio Romano is saying that according to his information, he believes Inter will be signing Marcos Thuram. Incredible. I gotta say, well, you know what? I'm not that disappointed in this one. I'll be honest with you. Like, I mean, come on, guys. Like 6 million for a guy that is probably going to score, what, 10, 11, 12 goals next year? That's insane. Wow, guys. Incredible stuff here. Okay, Desna, we got some new stuff. New stuff here from Longo. Ooh, Longo. That's a good one. We got to get Longo in the mix here. Daniele Longo. Did you see that? You see that? Daniele Longo. Okay. So Longo, information on Arda Güler. Milan have not yet asked to pay the clause. Work on Guler with confidence, hoping to beat the thick competition. Talks with family, but still nothing advanced today. Yeah, get to work, Moncada. Get to work. Get to work, Moncada. I don't think we'll see anything today. Eva Longoria. So what do you want? If Thuram, for me, I don't know. Yeah, maybe Scamacca. Taremi would be my first choice. Inter's playstyle is way better, and he's probably going to dominate. I mean, maybe he's not convinced of a project. Maybe someone brought it up earlier and he said, look, with the I think it was Gio. Gio brought it up earlier. He said, with the sell of Tonali, maybe Marcus Thuram is not convinced of a project. Maybe Marcus Thuram is talking to the various Theo Hernandez and Magnan and those guys and probably telling him, yeah, man, we're owned by fucking bots. Like, I don't know what's going on. Maybe Gio's right about that. But how can you choose Inter over AC Milan if you say you're a Milanista and they're pretty much paying you the same amount of money? Maybe Inter is just Inter is more appealing. Frattesi said he wanted Inter. Thuram said he wanted Inter. Mercado will have dinner in Guler's home. He'll probably going to ask them to pay for the dinner, actually. Milan is interested. Milan can't afford. Milan moves to another player. Transfer window ends. Yeah, we saw this. They want Gabi Maldini. Crazy stuff, guys. Crazy stuff. Roy Thuram tweet. Moretto also posted something. Moretto. Is it this guy? Matteo Moretto? Yeah, this guy. 2 minutes ago. Inter's ahead of Milan by Marcus Thuram. Milan expected Thuram's response tonight and believed that he had done everything possible to achieve it. In the last few hours, however, Inter's interest has turned into an official proposal to the player. Now Thuram must say, but Inter have taken the lead. Is this a blessing in disguise, guys? Let me put a poll. Let me put a poll in the chat. Let me see what you guys think. I'm going to put a poll in the chat. I want to know what you guys think. No blessing. Thuram is a beast. I have finally given up on mismanagement. Bantara point 2. Milan is a joke. May he come to Milan. Amen. Start a poll. Where do you want Thuram to play? Inter or Milan? Now, of course, if you choose, of course, we know, guys, the reason why you're choosing Inter is because of his wages. That's the only thing. It's because this guy is asking for some crazy ass wages. And if you're going to ask for those crazy ass wages, you better be a player that performs. So we'll look at that in a second. Mustafa says, I want Skamaka. Paul smasher pass, Wanda. That's funny. Well, this also means that you're not going to bring back Lukaku and leaves Lukaku with another, either joining Milan or going to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, that's the first thing that came to my mind. If you're selling Thuram, was a very similar player to Lukaku. Well, but they did also sell Dzeko, right? So they need to replace Dzeko. So maybe they're thinking, listen, Inter is ambitious, guys. Inter's a completely different story than us. They would like to be able to see if we can have Lukaku and Thuram together. That's what they're probably thinking. Insanity, guys. Absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. Imagine if Inter fucking signs Guler now. That'd be crazy. That'd be absolutely insane. They don't have the money to pay the clause. Right. I wonder why Vitiello is so silent today. Vitiello. I don't know. He's not saying anything, guys. Vitiello has given up, man. He's he's closing up shop. He's retiring. He can't do this anymore. He's given up. Let's go back to Longo, calciomercato.com. We do have something new here from Longo. The agent of Frattesi at calciomercato.com says Milan, they're very focused on him. So the agent is saying that Milan is very focused on him. That's Beppe or whatever his name is. Skira, guys. We got more news from Skira. It's happening, guys. We have more news from Skira. Breaking news. Nicolo Skira. Ooh, I like this one. I like this one a lot. But this is not a retweet. AC Milan pushing to try to sign Arda Güler. Milan are ready to pay the release clause for Fenerbahce's top talent. Talks ongoing with his entourage to convince him and to anticipate the strong international competition. Let's go. Come on, guys. This is the one. This is number one. This is not, you know how in NBA you have your number one draft pick? This is the one right here. This is the one. I'm so fucking glad we're linked to this guy. Like, it happened so randomly. We saw this player, like I think it was Alexander just one day randomly said, "Hey, what do you think of this player?" And I already knew about him. Because I had seen him. I had seen some of his videos a year ago, and I was so impressed that a young player a year ago, I was already so impressed with him. And then Alexander showed me, reminded me about this guy, and we looked at him, and now we're so close, bruh. This is incredible. This is incredible. Incredible stuff. Let's hope Inter signs him. Maybe that's going to work. Let's do some reverse jinxing here. Let's hope Inter signs Arda Güler. No way. No way. Where are you seeing this, my man? No, he's not the new Hakim Masur. No, Arda Güler is the new top dog in European football. Oh no, here we go, guys. Here we go. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible, guys. No way. First of all, look at this. 3 minutes ago, Sandro Tonali's agent Giuseppe Rizzo confirms it's difficult to reject huge bid for the club and the player. We agreed all terms for Tonali with Newcastle, and the two clubs are finalizing the deal. The contract with Newcastle FC will be valid for the next 6 years. There you go. Painful shit. I don't see any official statements here, guys. There's nothing official here. Roy, refresh everything. Okay, another thing about Tonali. Sandro Tonali, Rizzo, this is an excellent deal. Newcastle is a perfect project for Tonali. Newcastle wanted Sandro as a key signing at all costs. He'll be a crucial player for the Magpies. How many times do I need to refresh it? There's nothing here about Thuram, guys. Tonali agent is speaking. How did Inter finish the deal in 2 minutes? Moncada, explain. Explain yourself, Moncada. Where is Moncada? Huh? The genius. The genius. Where is he? I want Frattesi, but not for 40 million. Bring back Maldini. Okay, so Vitiello finally woke up. Vitiello finally woke up and he wrote something. Let's see what he wrote. Vitiello. Why are we talking about? Why are we still talking about Tonali, guys? If this fucking Tonali thing is over with. Agent Tonali, is the boy happy? He's calm because he knows that when such important things arrive from such important properties, it's difficult to refuse. We have an agreement. Now the club are finalize it. Once defined, we will undergo medicals. Yeah, okay, listen. We're just waiting for the absolute officiality of this going through. I want it to happen already because we need to get in the market and start fucking spending some money. Like, let's just get this over with. You know what I'm saying? Let's get this over with. Yeah, Tonali is gone. I'm not going to cry about Tonali anymore. He's gone. He's not an AC Milan player anymore. It was painful, but let's get this over again. Okay, yes. What does he say, my man? What is he saying? So the Yegis is having a live right now. Guler places. Okay. This is exactly what According to Yagi's live podcast, Guler places a high importance on playing time and considers Milan, Dortmund, Benfica, but not Barca, Real Madrid. Bravo! Bravo, Guler! Now, watch out for Dortmund, because Dortmund has a reputation for development and being a platform and a stepping stone team. So that is very, 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 very difficult. Dortmund is our biggest competition. But Milan right now has open spots available. There is no competition for Arda Güler. Arda Güler has a spot guaranteed. You know who actually doesn't have a spot guaranteed, believe it or not? Thuram. Because Thuram, they can tell, Pioli can call Thuram today and tell him, yeah, listen, your spot is guaranteed. But at the end of the day, Giroud is still better than Thuram. Giroud will still be the first choice. But right now, you know who we don't have? We don't have Brahim Diaz there. Messias is not going to be above Arda Güler. There is no competition for Guler. Guler has literally first class seat on that AC Milan front line. AC Milan is the best destination for this player. In a way, it's bad you've got the Tonali money, because the market will try to price you out. Well, I mean, look, if we're going to go for Frattesi, it's either 35 or 40 million. So I don't know. I don't know if this is 100% true. We're not going for super expensive players. So I don't think this really matters. We're going for free agents, and we're going for players that are in that range, maximum 40 million. And the players that are maximum 40 million are the players that we need. So maybe it's going to be hard to bring them down, but like CDK, it's going to be around those prices right there. If we lose Guler, it's all Maldini's fault. Yeah, 100%. It's all Maldini's fault. But I couldn't put a lollipop from a child. That's hilarious. He wants to go where he'll get playing time. Pioli needs to call him and guarantee it. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Pioli should get involved. Moncada and Forlani have no sauce like the GOAT to convince any players. True. I believe that. Maldini was on the right track. He just needed more backing. Yeah, of course. Of course. Next season is going to be a shit show. I don't know yet. I do not know yet, guys. I'm not sure. France, you two have so many ballers that fit the team. Kefren Thuram, Cherokee. Yeah, by the way, I saw the game yesterday. I didn't see all of it, but I saw most of it because I was working. Italy was fucking robbed. Like, what the fuck? A clear penalty, like Kalulu, by the way, who had a really good game. Like that, if there was no basically, because in Romania the infrastructure is not eligible to have goal line technology and VAR, or UEFA is too fucking lazy to do that. And I'm not saying here that Italy was robbed. There was a goal. Italy scored a goal. It went over the line, and the fucking ref didn't have goal line technology, so they didn't call that goal. The goal that France scored, there was a clear foul on Okoli. The VAR would have called that one back. That was a clear foul. That could have been a red card if the VAR would have been there. And then there was that penalty, that the handball from Kalulu. Like, now, France played really well, and they definitely do not deserve to say that they didn't deserve to win or the tie or whatever. France played a really good game, but shit, like, can't a referee do his fucking job? Like, what are you paid to do? Okay, you know what I definitely agree with? Bots need to take over the job of referees. Yes, AI, Skynet needs to get in the business of refereeing games, because human referees just suck. Like, they just fucking suck. So I definitely agree that bots need to take over the refereeing game, because what we saw yesterday was just incredible. Not to take anything away from France, because they are the best team of the tournament. No doubt about it. They are the best team of the tournament. They have the best roster, and they have really good players. They are the favorites to win the whole damn thing. But fucking hell, man. Like, if you're a referee, why the fuck do you even collect a paycheck? Like, what the fuck? Just give it to cyborgs. Yeah, bring in Skynet. Make Skynet the new referees of football. Sign SMS and make CDK striker, damn it. Yeah, I saw this one earlier. Milan watching the profile of Delinga from Toulouse, a striker. SMS can play striker? Difficult to see SMS play striker. This is who I want to be referees in the next games, guys. This is who I want to see referees right there. Let's check this poll. So, what do we have? So far, 50-50. We have 50-50. Inter, 50%. Where do you want Thuram to play? 50% of you guys have said Inter. 50% of you guys have said Milan so far. So we're literally split in the middle. And guys, make sure that you bring the likes up. The algorithm, Skynet needs your likes. Skynet definitely needs your likes. Longo tweeted that we're a mockery. Let's see what did Longo say. Daniele Longo. No way, guys. It's done. It's the done deal. It's over. It's not a this is done. This is done. This is done. This is done. Milan mockery. The relaunch of the last few hours has led Thuram to choose the offer from Inter. Yes, if this is what they're reporting, now there is always like a chance that it doesn't end up being like that. But 90% of the times when the reports are like this, it's a done deal. It's over. I don't feel the only reason why I feel bad about this is because we lose another derby. But at the same time, like, Thuram is not the fucking kind of striker that is going to come to Italy and score 20 goals and 25 goals. Like, we should not be disrupting the locker room hierarchy with Thuram. Like, bring in Taremi, pay him less. Taremi's not going to ask for 6 million, but Taremi's going to definitely be much more of a guarantee. Thing is that Taremi, you can't sell him again. With Thuram, he's only 25. So Thuram, if he has 2 decent seasons, you can sell him and get a huge capital gain because he's free. That's what they were banking on. But you know what? I think that might be the problem. That these players are joining AC Milan knowing that the whole plan for them is to be eventually sold. With Arda Güler, that is probably his plan. Yeah, I'm going to come to Milan, play here for a few years, and then I'm going to go because he's only 18. But Thuram is 25. At 25, Thuram probably wants to get in a team where they're going to use him for the long term. So Milan probably can't guarantee him that. Maybe that's what he's thinking. And also, yet to be determined is to see what the agent commission is, and maybe Inter has agreed to pay the agent commissions. That could be one of the deciding factors. But I don't know, guys. I mean, maybe that's what Thuram is thinking. It's like, okay, I'm going to go to Milan just so they can sell me in 2 years. Why don't I go to a club like Inter, even though their economic situation is in complete shambles, but at least I know that this is a team that is probably going to keep me if I do well, and this is a team that is going to keep on fighting for trophies. Bruh. Cardinale, what the fuck are you doing? Cardinale, what are you doing? Jonathan David would be one of my first picks. I think Jonathan David is an excellent footballer, but he's way out of reach for us. Way out of reach. It's really over with. Yeah, this is done. Like, listen, I've seen Fabrizio Romano sometimes, very rarely, do this where he pretty much goes towards one direction and then all of a sudden everything goes in the other direction. But now that we have a certain idea of how the market, the patterns work, right? The algorithm works. When we start to see these kind of messages, it's over. It's finished. It's like the Tonali thing. Like we knew the Tonali thing was going to be over, like pretty much sooner. Balogun is still available, by the way. Balogun is very good. We're going to do an open live during the weekend, guys. Yeah. Also, because I don't know how long much I thought about doing opening the lives today, but Balogun from Arsenal around 36 million. Listen, that is not too bad of a price. 36 million for Balogun. That is not a bad price, and he's a good player. What makes me curious is how the fuck Inter does that. They came in 2 hours, they closed the deal. You know what? Why they do that, Mustafa? Because they have one of the best DSs on the planet, and his name is Marotta. I don't know what exactly he does to convince these players, but he's really good at it. He's really good at it. He's really good at it. Actually, guys, I'm thankful to God that Marotta is not looking at Arda Güler right now. Also, there will be no space for Arda Güler at Inter. Moncada, do what you are good at. Go look for the next Mbappés and bring them to Milan. That's what you're good at, Moncada. That's what you are good at. Do that. Yeah, Balogun is totally a baller. We take days and weeks to close the fucking deal. Absolutely. We could possibly get him on loan. Maybe. What is this? Inter's living rent-free in Milan's head. True. We don't need a striker who can score 10 goals. Thuram can go to Inter. Fuck it. Listen, I ultimately I think that. I do think that. Like, he's not going to be this super. He's going to give you the same numbers that Dzeko gave Inter, pretty much. Okay? So when it comes to our situation, paying a player 6 million for those kind of numbers, it doesn't make any sense. If we are going to pay a player 6 million, it has to be someone that produces crazy ass numbers. Inter replaced Dzeko in a day. That's insane. I wonder if this means that Frattesi is coming to Milan. If they also win Frattesi, bro, they're just gonna we become the little brother. We used to be the big brother. Now we are becoming the little brother. Alan, good night and Forza Milan. I hear you, bro. Hey, Roy, something tells me that Arda Güler to Milan is a done deal. I hope so, Child Space. I really do. Thuram can go to Inter, that's fine, but Milan are looking stupid. Yeah, of course. You're 100% correct. Yes, but Inter don't have Lukaku and Dzeko. Yeah, true. Lukaku is not an Inter player right now, so they still have to figure that out. Which I wonder if that means that there is a possibility of Lukaku joining Milan. I don't know. That's crazy. That'd be crazy. Okay, we have some. Moretto. So from Moretto, Milan were convinced of closing the deal for Thuram until 12 p.m. today. The player last night communicated to friends that Milan was his preference. Inter was quick and convinced. Yes, I think so, John Smith. I think we did eventually. I think so, yeah. And do not be fooled, guys, because next year when he plays with Inter, he's going to score like his goals. He's going to win a few games, and people are going to be like, "Oh man, we should have gotten Thuram in the end." Of course, it depends on who we get instead, but do not be fooled. For what he is getting paid, absolutely not. The only way for me to regret this operation is if next year he scores more than 20 goals with Inter. If next year he scores more than 20 goals and he helps Inter get to like semifinals or finals of the Champions League and scores a lot of goals in Europe as well, then I will say, fuck, we should have gotten him. But the possibilities of that happening based on him as a footballer, his capabilities, are very, very slim. Very, very slim. If he was that kind of prolific striker at the age of 25, he would already shown it. He would have already shown it. He can have maybe a good season, if everything goes well. But if he had the qualities to be that kind of prolific striker, he would have already shown it. We would have already known. We would have already known. Let's go to Skira. Let's see if Skira has anything. Yep. 1 minute ago. Inter have overtaken AC Milan and Varese to sign Marcus Thuram as a free agent. The French forward prefers the Nerazzurri bid contract. But you know what? I have no respect for Thuram. He likes this one because because that million extra, he doesn't need to sweat for it. Right? This was the deal that was being reported. AC Milan offered 5 million plus 1 million bonuses, which is crazy. Inter offered him 6 million guaranteed. So like it pretty much is saying, I don't want to take the risk of not getting that 1 million. And maybe also the project is more appetizable. Milan seriously needs a striker, right wing and attacking midfield, and a handful of midfielders. It doesn't seem like Milan can do all of that, not with this strategy. It's looking difficult. Also because all the free players are all going. Aurar is gone. Kamada, we don't know what's happening with Kamada. Indika, that one is gone. Thuram now is gone. All the free players that were in that range that were good for Milan and that were possible for Milan are going. Gundogan, gone. It's going to keep on going and going. Yeah, it does give you an impression of him being lazy. Like, come on. Work, earn that extra million. Why doesn't any Saudi Ernest, his agents are watching for the license to make videos. Should be next week. Oh, you're talking about Kamada, yeah. I'm sorry, but I don't agree. As a striker, looking how both teams play, I would heavily prefer Inter. I'm not. Why did I say as a striker? I don't. Did I mention anything related to that? As a striker, right now, if I'm a striker, it's hard to say because both teams don't have strikers, right? Both teams don't. Lukaku is not there and Dzeko is not there. So there is space. If you're a striker going into Inter, you know that you're going to have space. And as far as Milan goes, there's only Giroud there. So there's space in both teams. Based on how the teams play, yeah, Inter for sure right now is definitely the most advanced team. No doubt about that. Well, Milan has to build a team. Yeah. PSG is too big for Thuram. Well, PSG was willing to offer him a lot of money. But, I mean, I think if Thuram would have gone to PSG, he would have been on the bench the whole time. Is he a better Lukaku? Is he? I don't know. Alfredo Pedula, guys. We got a new guy. Yeah. But keep on bringing these names, guys. We need to have all the Twitter journalists on board here. So 14 minutes ago, Thuram, Milan aspettavano. Let me translate this to English. Milan was expecting an answer by 7 p.m. It hasn't arrived since the afternoon. The dialogues have gone very well with Inter. There's total openness and orientation, as written tonight, and above all, anticipated in the afternoon. We have gone from more than a nuisance action to an overtaken in progress, caution up to the signatures, but clear overtaken. Obviously, guys, the translations are weird, but you get the gist of it. Essentially, Thuram is saying is going to most likely join Inter, yeah. So you said something about Guler, huh? 5 minutes ago? Okay. Yeah, this is the same report that we saw earlier, that Milan has basically sent in an official request to talk with the player. Moncada, you want to increase your legacy? The man that discovered Mbappe now become the man that discovered Arda Güler as well. We're developing Moncada to sell him later. That's hilarious. I'm saying he didn't choose Inter because of the salary. If you're looking simply at both play styles and how it can accommodate a strike and help me improve, Inter's definitely the place to go. In this moment in time, yes. There's no doubt about that. Lukaku is not having a great time currently. But listen, Thuram is I mean, Lukaku is not the best. We know that, but Thuram is not that great either, guys. Milan run a lot aimlessly to create 2 or 3 chances a game, and if you're not clinical enough to slot them, you're going to get railed by the fans. For me, guys, you get Taremi. Taremi is the guy you get. Gerry, I know for a fact that your YouTube team is going to look at us today because we played your video, and YouTube is going to send you a notification that this channel played your video. So Gerry, listen to me. If you're listening to me right now, Gerry, listen to me. If you're listening to me right now, Gerry, you want to achieve sporting results. Gerry, listen to me. If you don't achieve sporting results, your whole project is going to die. Okay? Gerry, you do not want to face the wrath of the Milan fans if you can't finish in the top 4, Gerry. You got lucky, Gerry, that Juventus had that issue and they got penalized. Like, Gerry, you got real lucky. So listen to me, Gerry. You want to do something smart? Tell your boy Moncada to put all his fucking effort in trying to get Arda Güler, one. And then go for Taremi, Gerry. I know you won't be able to sell him, Gerry. But, Gerry, you need results, my man. Serie A is not fucking the MLS, okay? You can't just get any fucking dude and think this is going to work out. There's 8 teams right next year that are going to be fighting for top 4, Gerry. The way you're running things, we're probably not even going to end in the top 8. So, Gerry, forget Thuram. Count your blessings. Go for Taremi. Gerry, go for Taremi. I know you're going to hear this. I know they're going to see this. I know for a fact we're going to see this because YouTube will send the notification. No, this I disagree, guys. I'm seeing a lot of people saying this. I honestly hope Milan doesn't do well. No, let's not go there because it's going to be even worse. You're going to feel worse if Milan doesn't do well. Not the ref of the Curva Sud, ref of the fans in general. The Curva Sud is always going to be yes man, no matter what. Listen, guys, trust me. If we fail the minimum objectives next year, that stadium is going to be empty, guys. We saw it during the Banter. People don't go to the stadium. When the Milan fans right now are still riding the tailcoats of this past 4 years. But as soon as this starts to fade out, guys, you'll see that stadium get more and more empty, less subscribers. The numbers are going to start. Gerry spoke about being consistent. Consistency can only work if you finish top 4 and you make it into the Champions League every year. But if you don't make it in the Champions League every year, the numbers go down. All 68 people in the chat will be protesting. That's right. Okay, we have a new tweet. New tweet from Fabrizio Romano. Fabrizio Romano tweets, guys. Let's see what he says. Woo! It's over. It is over, guys. Marcus Thuram has decided to join Inter as next club. As reported previously, there's an agreement in principle over long-term deal. Inter are now preparing documents to seal the deal and announce the signing of Marcus Thuram as a free agent. Here we go soon. The 5th derby we lose this year. I thought it was Maldini. Where's Rocco? Where's Rocco? Where are you, Rocco? Huh? Where's Rocco? It was Maldini's fault that we lost 4 derbies this year. Well, what about this? What about the 5th derby that we lose? Is this Maldini's fault that we lost this derby too? I thought we fired Maldini so we can get these kind of operations done. Where is he? Where is he? Where's Rocco now? Huh? Bruh. Listen, guys, just because someone has a fucking thick Italian accent and sounds smart does not mean he's saying smart shit. Okay? All right, guys? Do you understand? In America, there's a huge problem. Anybody with an accent, in America, they think they're the smartest fucking people in the world. Like, in the US, there's like this inferiority complex towards people with accents. Like, if you're a British guy with a very thick British accent, in America, they think you're a genius. I literally saw that same shit happen with Rocco. He's got a thick Italian accent. He fucking, says a few things here that he says it in a smart way, and people think this guy is the fucking truth. No. Don't fall for that shit. This is the 5th derby we lose this year, Rocco. And I thought Maldini's firing was supposed to fix that. Personally, I'm not saying I hope the team doesn't do well, but if somehow that means Gerry getting rid of the club sooner, that... Listen, I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be really honest with you. I want the team to do really well, and I want the team to be very appetizable and valuable for a buyer, because then we'll get really good buyers. I mean, that's not necessarily true, because when Berlusconi bought Milan, Milan was in the worst shit ever. Like, it was in the dumps. It was literally underneath the dumps. So that's not true. But I don't want to fucking suffer all year round, guys. I don't want to suffer all year. I want to be. Can I be happy? Can I be happy? Damn it! I'm not asking us to fucking win the Champions League. Let's just fucking win a few games here and there. I don't want us to finish 6th, 7th, 8th. I want us to fight for the Scudetto, and if we can't fight for the Scudetto, fight for top 4. That's all I'm fucking asking. I don't want to see us destruct. I don't want to see the self-destruction. I do not want to see. We know he's going to sell the club anyway. Okay, he's going to sell the club anyway. At least in these years of him owning the club, don't make me even more miserable, you know? If you're so against the Thuram signing because of the salary, who's suitable alternative within our project, agent, consideration, and budget? Let's just face the facts. The club is that club. Yes, this is correct. You are right about this. When it comes to age and basically overall investment based on how we operate, there's not many other names out there. Right, Scamacca could be Scamacca maybe is the next guy in line, because Scamacca is that age. You can get him on loan. There's not much capital gain though, because eventually you do have to pay for him. So maybe Scamacca is the next guy. Maybe that Nigerian striker that plays in Slovenia could be interesting if he ends up being a very good player. Shit, maybe Colombo, guys. Maybe Colombo finally makes the big step. Well, okay. I don't know if they want to sell Scamacca, but from what I've seen last is that Scamacca, they refused the Roma operation. They're open to the loan deal, but their clause was that they wanted to have the obligation to buy regardless of where Roma finishes in the table, while Roma said we will accept the offer, will accept the deal only if the obligation to buy is tied to us finishing in top 4. That's what they said. How can honestly be happy with Gerry here? Yay, Arda scored a hat-trick for us. What a player. Too bad he will be sold next summer. Like, yeah, listen, this is the future. Okay. I mean, can I at least be happy about that? I at least want to be happy about that. Yeah, I at least want to enjoy, good football for a few years until we sell Arda Güler, and then we buy the next Arda Güler. Like, yeah, guys, this is the future. This is what kind of club we're becoming. Bullshit. Child space, don't fucking do that. Don't do that. Child space, do not do that. Do not do that. Giorgio Punani can't close a single fucking deal, man, not even Kamada. And he's free. The money is there, and these parasites refuse. No, guys, listen. I know fake news when I see it. The timing, everything, if it's too, this has to be fake. It is fake news. Of course it's fake news. I know fake news when I see it. Yeah, as far as Arda Güler, I don't think we're going to see anything official or anything else for the next few days. Okay, guys, check this out. So according to you guys, 53% says they would rather see Thuram play with Inter. 47% say AC Milan. Very, very, very interesting. Very interesting. Gerry in over his head, and so is Furlani. I totally agree with you. I 100% agree with you. This one I believe. Messias 2-year extension. Here we go. All right, Milan I. Milan I. Di Marzio. Inter has surpassed Milan in the race and reached a verbal agreement with Thuram. They made a bit higher offer than what was presented by Milan, who had also involved Pioli, who spoke with the player more than once. Maybe that was the issue. Maybe he shouldn't have spoken to Pioli. Maybe that was it. Milan were convinced of closing the deal for Thuram. Yeah, we read that one earlier. Okay, they got Thuram. Whatever. What's next with Frattesi? What's going to happen with Frattesi next? What's going to happen with Guler? What's going to happen with the other players that we're linked to? Who are we going to go for next? Which striker are we going to go in for next? That's now the big question. I think maybe Scamacca. Maybe Scamacca. Who else is there? I do feel this is a little bit of a blessing in disguise, though, yeah? I do feel this is a little bit of a blessing in disguise. I do feel this one is a blessing in disguise. Roy, we're not getting Kebabi, bruh. Hopefully we are. So at least we can have a little bit of entertainment next year, because Kebabinho is more like a Ronaldinho. And besides, kebabs are fucking tasty as fuck. Come on, guys. Come on. Let's go for Arda Güler, guys. That's the player we want. That's the player that is going to alleviate a lot of this painful shit. What did you say? Pioli needs to go to Ibiza. Bro, we don't have players. This team don't have players. We need 3 midfielders, 1 right wing, 1 striker. We need 3 midfielders. We need a cam. We need a right wing. We need a striker. We need defenders. We need a goalkeeper. Ma è ufficiale all'Inter? Guarda, a questo punto possiamo pure dire di sì. Ormai sì, è ufficiale. Maldini's phone is probably blowing up, but he's out there laughing, chilling, playing tennis. Please, Pioli, do not call Guler. Please, whatever we do, we need to keep Pioli away from the fucking phones. Okay? Next season, Conference League, Andrea Caraglio. This is Lairt's brother. Lairt's brother, by the way, who's an interista. He must be happy right now. Che fallimento, sembra davvero il 2012. Ma peggio. Mi sento davvero triste e rassegnato. Va tutto male come non dovrebbe andare. Yeah, everything is going in the wrong direction. But listen, guys, I'm going to keep on being optimistic. You know? It's always a cycle. Waves come in cycles. Don't want to sell Tonali and Pioli. Don't say shit. From having the aura of Zlatan and Maldini to convince players to this is disgusting. Yeah, it becomes more difficult. It's all Maldini's fault. Cardinale propaganda will convince. Yeah, that's right. It's all Maldini's fault. Rocco, where are you, Rocco? Dove sei? Adesso secondo te chi potremmo prendere come punta? Ma giocatori a fine contratto non ce ne sono. A me piacerebbe Taremi del Porto perché ha dei numeri pazzeschi, e poi forse Scamacca potrebbe essere un giocatore che entra nei parametri del Moneyball, eccetera, eccetera. Balogan. So who are the attackers we can go for? Balogan could be one of them, but Balogan you have to pay money. Scamacca because you go on loan, you do a loan, so you don't have to commit to anything right away. Taremi, I don't think costs that much. Maybe 20 million. You can convince him, but Taremi is not a player that you can flip. Who else is there? You got the Nigerian striker, 500k, maybe that guy. Boniface, the other Nigerian striker that plays in Belgium. Boniface, he could be interesting. Boniface della squadra belga potrebbe essere un giocatore interessante. Wahi, another guy. Wahi. Fabio Silva from Wolves. I think that one costs way too much. Unless we can get these guys on loan. Gerry needs to whip out his dick and sign SMS. I don't know, man. Yeah. Obviously, if Maldini was there, they wouldn't be selling Tonali. Oof. There's truth in this. Frattesi's joined Inter, in my opinion, after he saw the Thuram reject. Right now, like Inter today are pretty much on the verge of signing 2 players. Azpilicueta, who is going towards the end of his career. He's 34 years old. Let's not forget that. But he brings in experience. And then now Thuram, maybe even Frattesi. They did sell Dzeko. The thing is, Marotta is he's better at doing all of this, Marotta is better at all of this craziness. Boniface, I'm pretty sure he has a release clause, but I don't think it would be too much. I think Boniface is, of course, an interesting player. Now, the thing about players like Boniface or the Nigerian striker that comes from Slovenia, these would be players that you're not paying that much, right? So you're not paying him 6 million wages. Obviously, he'd be getting something like 1.5 or 2 million. And that's easier to accept, That's easier to accept. But 6 million for Thuram, come on, man. Give me a break. Now Lang is a winger. Won't Arsenal give Balogun a chance? He might be out of reach. Well, last I heard regarding Balogun is that Arsenal wants to bring him back. Why he has discipline problems. Our whole project just died in a week. Yeah, Mustafa, let's just fucking do it. I agree. Let's just ring Colombo, Nasty. Perfect. We got it. Arsenal already have Jesus and Nketa. Go there with 40 and get Balogun done. I mean, maybe you can do a loan situation. Maybe. Inter saved us from Thuram. There are many options such as Openda, Okafor. Okay. So let's talk about some of these players. Openda is out of reach now. His price went up. He's doing the U21 too. He's going to score a few goals. His price will go up. So forget Openda. He's out of reach. Mikataudze plays in the 2nd division of the French league. And I saw him. He's a good player. He's got quality. But, mamma mia, before getting to, you got to really watch out. Just because you're performing very good in Serie B or the 2nd division, it is such a universe apart from trying to be a top 4 striker in Italy. Such a universe apart. Very difficult one there. That's a big gamble. Okafor, probably ready for the big jump. He could be interesting. Boniface is like 10, 15 million. Pioli is a terrible salesman. Don't let him call anyone. He scored goals for Georgia. That's good. So that's a good thing. Look it up. He's very weird. Hisham, you're right, but we can get him and flip him for FC prison. Ah, mamma mia, ragazzi, che storia. Che storia. Che disastro. Okay, Milan I. See if we have anything new on Milan I. Nothing new. Let's go to Skira. Same things from Skira. This is the best news of the day. We need Italians. This is the best news of the day. Oh, fuck. What did he do? Share. What did he do? What did he do? That would be ideal. That'd be nice. Difficult. Not with this management. This management does not care about that. Juventus is trying to do that, and so is Inter. But Milan does not care about that. Okay, let's go to Vitiello. Prima con Pisello. Oh, it's done. That's it. So accordo di massima. That's it. It's finished. Thuram is an Inter player. So now here the translation says agreement in principle. That's not a good translation. This pretty much says translated word by word. It's actually maximum agreement made. So this language is, when journalists use this language, accordo di massima, that means the deal is finished. It's done. All right. Inter have signed Thuram, guys. Inter have signed Thuram. It's finished. It's done. And guys, please like the stream. Let's go. Another year with Giroud. Okay, why he is a woman beater? Wow. Man, with corporate America, I don't think people with that kind of history. Vicha was playing in Georgia and before in Russia. Mikadze has a potential. Also, we still have a Giroud and bring back Colombo down. Or by Okafor also. Okafor is interesting for sure, yeah. For sure. Listen, this is the thing, guys. When I saw Vicha, I could tell right away that guy is a world beater. Mikitadze, I'm not getting the same vibes, but I'm getting a lot of talent from him. Like, he could be a good player. I'm not denying that. The French. I just saw the Tel post, him and wife and another guy. That's just it's an illusion. It's a perspective illusion. It's not what it seems it is, guys. Roy, I can already imagine how heartbroken it will be if Camarda lives up to his potential and gets sold, bro. If we sell Camarda, mamma mia. If we sell Camarda, if he becomes a world beater and we sell Camarda, that's it. I will be done with this club if we do that. I'm actually serious. I think Colombo could be ready. Yeah, why not? Maybe Colombo is ready, guys. You know what? At the same, guys, listen to me. I am telling you the truth here. Actually, let's double check. Let's double check. Because I don't want to say something that is not true. I do not want to say something that is not true. I do not want to say something that is not true. I do not want to say something that is not true, guys. So I just want to check. Because I might be completely wrong about this, and I don't want to say something that is not true. So League One. Okay, so he played as a left winger in 18-19. So that's 4 years ago. And he scored 9 goals. Well, that's pretty good. And 1 assist. In League On. But he played as a left winger. Yeah, I mean, those are better numbers than Colombo's numbers. Now, when he was in League 2, so this was when he was 20 years old. He scored 3 goals and 1 assist at the age of 20, right? Because he's 25 right now. So in 17-18, he was 20. He's 25 going to 26. Right. He's 25. In August, he's going to be 26. So at the age of 20, those were his numbers. I don't think Colombo has those same numbers. I think Colombo's numbers are not as good. Let's check. I mean, I don't know what that means either, but it could mean something. I don't know. So Lorenzo Colombo is 21 this year. He's 21 this year. And as a 21-year-old, he scored 5 goals and 2 assists. And at the age, Colombo turned 21 this year, so he was 20 this year. So last year, when he was 19, with which team is this? 4 appearances? Serie A? Only 4 played? This is a little bit confusing. Oh, this was with Milan. This was in Milan. Okay. So last year he was in Serie B. 21-22, correct. 21-22. He scored 6 goals, no assists. And he was 19. I mean, it's not that different. It's really like what are the margins? Very, very small margins of difference between the ages, right? So when Colombo is going to be 25, maybe Colombo can score 13 goals in the Bundesliga at the age of 25. So it's like it's not that much difference. Interesting. Longo tweeted about Calciomercato is Longo. Let's see what they say. Calciomercato.com or it? Let's go with com. Woo! Woo! Damn. My heart just dropped right there. Okay, guys. Okay, we might have something here, guys. We might have something here, guys. We might have something. We might have something here, guys. Milan, now the shot for Guler. Lo scatto per Guler. So, fucking translation sucks. Ora lo scatto per Guler. So now that means now Milan is going all in for Guler, essentially. The contact with the Fenerbahce and the yellow of the mother's message. So, il giallo del messaggio della madre. That means the dramatic message that the mother sent. And the translation says the yellow of the mother's message. It's so stupid. Like, Google can do a better job at translating this shit. It's time to say goodbye. So the mother said it's time to say goodbye. Gerry, if you bring Guler to Milan, I'll still hate you for what you did to Maldini and Tonali. But if you bring Guler to Milan, you will deserve a little bit of respect from me. You will get a little bit of my respect. Because this guy is you have to look at it. This guy has to be one of the best upcoming players on the planet. And Milan is perfect for him. There is no team that is better for him than Milan. Any big team right now, he wouldn't play. If he goes to Real Madrid, he's not playing. If he goes to PSG, he's not playing. If he goes to Barcelona, he's not playing. If he goes to Man City, he's not playing. If he goes to any of the big teams, he's not playing. If he comes to Milan, he is 100% playing because Milan needs a player right there. Arda Güler is the perfect player. Guys, how right was I about Kvaratskhelia? I'm getting the same vibes, exact same vibes. If we get the Kvaratskhelia of this summer, which is Guler, that Gerry gets a little bit points from me. He does get a little. Listen, football. I fucking love football, guys. I fucking love football. There's space for happiness here. There is space for happiness. Bring me Guler. Let me enjoy Guler for fucking 3 years. Let's see how this guy can lighten up the San Siro, and then sell him for 150 million, and then buy other 3 Gulers with 150 million. Come on, Gerry. Make this happen, Gerry. Let's go USA. Let's go USA. Let's go USA, guys. Corporate America. Forza Corporate America. How do you spell? Kvaratskhelia. This dude right here. Pobega will play more minutes than Guler. That's hilarious. I still want a striker. Don't give a fuck who, but not to be old. The Guler stuff is good. It's good that we're being linked to this player, guys. It's very good that we're being linked to this player. It's very good that we're being linked to this player. Moncada, this is your specialty, Moncada. Your specialty is finding the new Mbappés of this planet. Come on, now bring him to Milan. I want to be able to say that one day when everything settles down and we'll be able to look at the past and all the hurt is gone and the wounds have healed, I want to be able to say Moncada, our boy, who backstabbed Maldini, not only discovered Mbappe, but he also discovered in Guler, who basically all the world fucking discovered, but he was the one that gets the credit for bringing him to Milan. Come on, Moncada. Make this happen. Make this happen. No, definitely not a false nine. Absolutely not. At least not now. Not now in his. He does not have. If you put him as a center forward, the guy is going to get destroyed. Like his career is over. No, you put him either on the right or as a cam, but this player here, guys, is special. Is 100% very special. Come on, Fabrizio, tap in merchant. Do it. The market determines the value of players, Roy, not the club. You're the one between 50, 60 million for Chiesa, but that's not the market price. What is the market price for Chiesa? Yeah, guys, we know that the market determines the value of the players. Tonali is not worth 80 million. Like, to us, he's priceless. But at the end of the day, if we were right now in the market looking for a midfielder and Tonali was one of the available midfielders, I think if I put out a poll asking you, would you spend 80 million for Tonali? I bet 99% of you guys would say, fuck no. Fuck no. Yeah, guys, we know this is why the 40 million for Frattesi for me doesn't mean shit. No. I do not believe in this trash management. But Arda Güler is going to help me be a little bit happier. That's. I do not believe in this management. What happened to Manscaped? Manscaped got used. That's it. Shira, about Frattesi, guys. We have another derby. We're about to lose another derby. Here we go. Nicolo Schira. Riso su Frattesi. Abbiamo già iniziato gli appuntamenti. Vediamo in questi giorni quali club se la possono permettere. Ha scelto l'Inter? Non lo posso dire prima. Milan sfrutterà I soldi di Tonali per inserirsi? Credo proprio di sì. Mi sembrano molto concentrati su di lui. Okay, so I'm going to translate this. I'll tell you if the translation is accurate or not. We have already started the appointments. Let's see in these days which clubs can afford it. Okay, so here it says, did you choose Inter? Did you choose the Inter? The question is, has he chosen Inter? And he says, I can't tell you right now. Will Milan take advantage of Tonali's money to enter the race? He said, I think so. They seem very focused on him. Okay, so basically it's what we already knew. Let's win this derby. Let's get Frattesi in that midfield. Let's get Arda Güler. Let's get Frattesi. Let's get SMS. Let's get those three players. And maybe this trash management is going to keep on being trash, but the trash won't stink as much. We could have generated more money had we kept Tonali and sold him later on. Probably you're right. You're probably right about that. I would seriously consider playing CDK striker if we can't get a good striker. He has played striker in Club Brugge, and he did well as a striker in that club. So it's a horrible, shambolic move no matter which way you look at it. Yeah, of course. CDK will get abused at striker. He can't make runs off the ball. Well, he played as a false nine in where? Where did he play as a false nine? Moncada, I know you're fucking listening. Moncada, I know you're listening. Moncada, ascoltami. Prendi Arda Güler, Moncada, convincilo. Convince him. CDK will get abused at striker. He can't make runs off the ball. Well, as I was saying, he did play as a false nine in Club Brugge, and that season he played as a false nine and also on the wing. He scored 14 goals and 9 assists. He scored 14 goals and 9 assists. That's not bad, guys. That's a 23 goal contribution, you know. That's pretty good. Roy, Arda Güler will go to Inter. Hakan is on the phone. With the dead Inter will sell Correa, Onana, Gosens, and do Marco. Listen, my man, I do not. That can happen, Gio. Trust me, Gio. Trust me. I already have that in the back of my head. I'm already ready for that. I've been ready for that for a long time. I'm definitely ready for that. Alberto Gemma, what's up? Good evening, all. Very happy that Thuram will go to Inter, not in Milan. This means that Milan keep other players stronger than Thuram. Yes, I think most of us agree here that 6 million for Thuram is an absolute shambolic move, and that there are many other better options in the market, for sure. For sure. Moncada can scout the next Mbappe, but what does that matter if he can't even sign players? Bring him to Milan. Bring him to Milan. They kept negotiating with him. Pioli called him multiple times, and he ended going to. But that's the thing. Like Pioli calling the player means nothing. A conversation with Marotta, whole different story. Whole different story. A conversation with Paolo Maldini, whole different story. Completely different. Completely different. Right now, I'm going to say this. I'm going to just put it out there. If Maldini right now was trying to get Guler, he would already be an AC Milan player. If Maldini was right now trying to convince Thuram would already been an AC Milan player 2 weeks ago. If Maldini was right there right now in the club, Tonali would still be an AC Milan player. Yes, Inter is planning to sell Onana and Brozovic this summer. That is how they're going to fund their mercato. That is their plan. Yeah. Pioli doesn't generate any pull compared to Maldini. Yeah, of course, guys. And listen, as much as I am a fan of Pioli, I don't blame him this year. All coaches make mistakes. Nobody is perfect. But come on. You cannot compare Maldini to Pioli. Impossible. What has happened to Kamada? So far, the information on Kamada is still kind of up in the air. Moncada and Frulani are not rivals to Marotta. Yeah, they're more like partners. So no to free guy. Yeah, we'll see. By the way, Guler can play in the system of Inter. No, I don't think so. Guler is an offensive player, and he plays mostly on the right. Guler is a player that is good for a 4-2-3-1, a 4-3-3. But he's not a player that can play in a 3-5-2. Because in a 3-5-2, you cannot put Guler as the playmaker. Oh, yeah, he can't play. Okay, yeah. All right, got you. We're on the same page. So what did Pioli do with those 4 hours phone calls? I don't know. He probably spoke everything except about football. He probably convinced him not to join Milan. That's what he did. Actually, we know that's what he did. Moretto says Milan have negotiated very intensively with Thuram for 20 days without reaching the contract's signature. Poor showing from Milan, guys. Poor showing. Very poor showing, guys. But at the same time, blessing in disguise. So news coming in. Roma tried to hijack Guler, giving Fenerbahce a car's drop. Source, please. Guys, give us the sources. If you're going to share this kind of information, please give us the sources. Alberto says when Milan finds players, it's only one chance. But a lot this means that Thuram or Frattesi are one more players that Milan have on the table. Dillo in italiano. Di quello che vuoi dire in italiano. Rispondo anche in italiano. I wish Thuram goes to any club but us. Okay, so well, there you go. Taremi. I would like Taremi. Yes, 100%. Moncada got left. Moncada, man, what a joke. From Maldini to Moncada. Inter just need 5 minutes to convince a player. It's Marotta, guys. Child space. Source, please. We need sources, guys. This is a serious operation here. We need sources. We need sources. Marotta could convince me to support Inter. Se il Milan cerca un giocatore sul tavolo ha più alternative, non solo uno. Questo significa che Thuram e Frattesi sono uno di tanti. Ok, yes. Yeah, no. Which other strikers they're looking at right now, we don't know. I mean, we know they're linked to Taremi was one, Balogun was one, Openda, Okafor, Boniface, the guy from Slovenia, the Nigerian player from Slovenia. These are the players that the media, the reporters have linked to us. Thuram was the main objective, though. Thuram was the main objective. As far as other objectives when it comes to the midfield, Reijnders, the Benfica guy. But I do think one thing, though, that when it comes to Tonali, you have to replace him with an Italian player. Tonali lo devi rimpiazzare con un giocatore italiano perché c'è bisogno delle quote, devi avere numericamente giocatori italiani per la Champions League e per la Serie A. Perciò per me Frattesi è più importante di Thuram. Perciò secondo me è più importante Frattesi che Thuram. He's a friend of Guler. This is the source from Turkish media. Roy, but tell me the source so we can go to it. Roma Press. Like, tell me what Twitter account so we can go and see it. Roma Press. Here we go. So they have entered the race for Guler. This could be a decent place for Guler, but no, I think Milan is the best option for Guler, 100%. Okay, Roma tracking. Okay. Roma is also in for Frattesi. I don't see anything here, guys. Do you think Gerry would ever ask Maldini to come back? No, because it's just the philosophy of how they view football is completely different. We watched the interview earlier with Gerry. The way he looks at football, the way he envisions how a club should be owned is very, very like Americanized, corporate America, business, profiteering, branding. It's Maldini is a man of football. He's more traditional. It can't work. They can't work together. They cannot work together. I think he would. I think he would be smarter to choose Milan. I think he would be smarter to choose Milan. But child space, my man, dude, where are you getting these sources from? If Roma steal Guler, I will lose it. Now, listen. Of course, Mourinho has more pull than Pioli. Nobody's ever going to argue that. Nobody's ever going to argue that. But I'm trying to take it. Literally, guys, there's zero biases here. Zero biases. Zero biases. I'm not looking at the shirt. I'm not looking at my biases either. I'm literally saying that Milan is literally the best place for Arda Güler. Like, there's no better place for Arda Güler right now in football. It is the number one destination for this player, and I'm being honest about that. I'm not just saying it because I'm a Milan fan. I'm not just saying because I think this player is literally one of the best upcoming players in the world right now. If, let's say, Milan would have continued on its path of trying to win the Champions League and trying to do all of that shit right there, maybe I wouldn't have the same idea. But because this is a different kind of Milan, this is perfect for Arda Güler. Arda Güler can come to this squad without having the pressure or the obligation to win the Champions League or to win the Scudetto, but he can develop in a super high elite level club with relaxed. He can be relaxed. The pressure on him is not going to kill him. AC Milan is the number one place for Guler to develop as a football player. Dortmund cannot give him what Milan can give him. Leipzig cannot give him what Milan can give him. Actually, if your dreams is eventually to play for a Real Madrid or a whatever, there's no better place than getting used to playing for a club like that than coming to Milan. Like Diaz, like how Diaz came to Milan, he did his 3 years at Milan and then he went to Real Madrid. It's literally the same thing. Please check Roy's bank. Please check Roy's bank account. Forlani made a deposit to his bank account. Mourinho has more pull. He convinced the. No. Listen, I'm not saying who has less or more pull. I'm agreeing. I think anybody would be crazy to say that Mourinho has less pull than Pioli. I'm saying that when you look at all the other factors, the footballing factors, Milan right now, based on our roster today, based on our needs, based on where this team is, Milan is a better place for Arda Güler. And if the parents, had a good ounce of intelligence, they would go for Milan. Also because what they can look at is the precedent. Look at how Milan has. So one of the big mistakes I see a lot of people do here is that they say that Pioli is not good at developing youngsters. This is definitely not true. Because the example given is the players from this year. The problem is this year there was no space to develop youngsters. You cannot start the season wanting to defend the title, but also trying to develop youngsters. It's one or the other. Youngsters do not get developed in the course of 1 year. Okay, so this is a fact about football that a lot of people still need to understand and learn. Youngsters develop through the course of several years. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Then that's it. Then you go into the next phase. So when you think about developing a youngster like Arda Güler, you're not thinking about developing him in the course of 1 year, but in the course of 2, 3, 4 years. And Pioli, in the course of that amount of time, has done a phenomenal job with the players that he was given. Theo Hernandez, Leao, Brahim Diaz, Kalulu, and whatnot. So there is a precedent that the Guler entourage can look at and see, okay, by the time Guler is 21, 22, he'll be ready to make a big jump. And maybe by that time, Milan is going to be a powerful club and we're going to keep Guler. So I think the best option is Milan for Guler. It is Milan. And also, a player like Guler should not go with a coach like Mourinho. A player like Guler should play in a team that plays football, not a defensive team. But yes, guys, of course, Mourinho has more pull. Of course, Mourinho has more pull. If Guler decides to go to Roma instead of Milan, Guler is making a mistake. This is what I'm saying. Yeah. There you go. They're coming, guys. Moncada needs to move fast. And again, if Real Madrid gets a Guler won't be playing. He's going to stay on loan. So that's the other thing that we got to watch out for. Is that the Spanish clubs, the bigger teams, what they're going to do. And by the way, guys, if Real Madrid, Barcelona, and all the fucking world wants to get this player, maybe I'm not such an idiot when I say that this player is the real deal. Yeah? Okay? By the way, maybe when I see a player and I say this guy is the fucking this and the fucking that, and then the next 2 weeks, all the fucking world wants to get this player, maybe I'm not such an idiot. Maybe I actually know what I'm talking about when I analyze and judge the value of players. We spent 3 weeks trying to get Thuram, and Inter did it in 24 hours. Makes sense, though. If I was a footballer and a guy that by that name of Pioli called me, would have thought it was a scam. Hilarious. Real Madrid is following the situation of Arda Güler. The talent is valued highly in all of Europe. Okay. Manuel Ochoa tweeted about Guler and whatever his name is. Teo. What's his name? Manuel Ochoa. This guy with the fucking beer? Oh, with the phone. That's a phone. Yeah, Ozil can definitely do that. Real wants to get Arda and keep at least a season of Fenerbahce since Fenerbahce is willing to keep him. Imagine the pressure on Guler. Yes, this could be a big problem. This can definitely be a big problem because that could be a good solution. But I still think Milan would be a better solution for Guler. I still think Milan would be a better solution for Guler. Like this whole thing, I'll buy you, but I'll keep you here and I'll keep you there, and then I don't think that's good. It's too much risk. It's too much risk. Like what Kirkis did. Remember Kirkis, our player that went to AZL, and he said, "Let me just go to another club. Let me be owned by that club so they use me properly." This whole thing about No, I don't see it. I don't see it happening. Of course, of course, guys, I thought Thuram was going to sign for Milan today, but that didn't go that way. But the market is very, very unpredictable. True. They spend way too much time. Bruh, if this happens again, I'm seriously not going to be a Milan fan anymore. I fucking seriously, I'm being 100% serious now. If Real Madrid buys Guler, and then they park him in our garage for 3 years like they did with Brahim, I am done. I am done with this club. I will be done with this club. No, it's still coming in. I can see Guler not wanting to come here because how we treated CK. If he was, well, Marv, but hold on. Hold the phone here, guys. Hold the phone. How did we treat CDK? Pioli played CDK. Pioli gave CDK more chances than he deserved. This is not this CDK is not on Pioli, guys. Maybe you can argue, well, he played him in the wrong position. That's an argument. That's a separate argument. But Pioli did not bench CDK. Pioli benched Diaz in the beginning. Pioli gave CDK the opportunity to take the spot and become a first-team player. CDK didn't take that opportunity. Great players. Great players. Definitely great players. Jonathan, David, definitely out of reach for us. Moncada has a master's degree in procrastination. I just did a big word like Gerry. Nice. Congrats, brother. The new strategy wouldn't loan in players for development. I don't think. It doesn't make sense. Why would they do that? Yeah, those players are good, but out of our reach. Bro, how is Milan a better solution for Guler if his dad, I would only listen to Bar? No, because right now, my man, you are saying this as a hardcore Milan fan. That is the problem, Andy. Take the Milan fan thing out of the equation. You have to be completely objective. When you make these assessments, you have to pretend you're not an AC Milan fan. Right now, AC Milan fans hate this club. They're pissed off. They could not understand why anybody would want to join this club. But forget all of that, because in the world of football, all of that does not exist. All these emotions, it's all about the sporting aspect. It's all about this, that, and the other. Guler, if he comes to Milan, he knows that he will be playing as a starter in one of the most prestigious teams in the world. And he will be fighting for either the Scudetto, if the roster is good, or top 4. If he really wants to become a player worthy of a Real Madrid or whatnot, then this is the perfect college to go to. This is the perfect college to go to. It's the highest, it's the Harvard of teams. The Harvard of teams. Anyway, guys, difficult. It's difficult to get him. It's difficult to get him because these other teams are serious contenders. Guler would be another Odegaard at Real Madrid, but imagine with Bellingham, Tchouameni, Camavinga, Valverde in that midfield future-wise. Yeah, let him buy him. When he's ready, let them come to us and give us 100 million for him. Milan is a better Dortmund. We are a Dortmund, but we're a better Dortmund. That's my argument. No, guys, come on. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because we don't have players, my man. There's no players. And Vranks and Ali. First of all, Chow is a defender, and Chow did have a guys. Listen, when we watched Chow and we looked at him, and we analyzed him. Okay, I did the same analysis I do with every player. I said, I know people, I'm not here trying to pat myself on the back either, but I did say that in the future, based on the things that I saw, his qualities, his abilities, his talents, I said in the future, Maldini was going to be called a genius for signing Chow, because Chow in the future is going to be one of Europe's best defenders based on the qualities that I had seen back then. But when I saw Vranks, I didn't see any of that. When I saw Ali, I didn't see any of that. When I see Guler, I see one of the best players in the world for the future. All right, we got some news, guys. We got some news. Di Marzio and Milan. Inter, come potrebbe cambiare le gerarchie in attacco con l'arrivo di Thuram? So we're already talking about how Thuram would change the hierarchies in the Inter. Anything else? Contacts between Udinese and Milan for Samardzic. Samardzic is what, like a cam, really, isn't he? He's more like a cam. So Samardzic is definitely not a Tonali replacement, but he would be a midfielder, but an advanced. Samardzic is more, I would say, more of a Benacer, right? Guys, Samardzic makes me think that they might have lost the race for Frattesi. Right? Isn't Samardzic more of a mezzala / cam? So more of what a Frattesi would be? Interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, I'm not saying he's the next Messi, but listen, my man, Robert. You don't need to listen. You don't need to listen to me. You don't need to listen to my opinions. But if Real Madrid is on this guy, if Barcelona is on this guy, if Dortmund is on this guy, if Leipzig is on this guy, if Milan is on this guy, if Roma is on this guy, if all these teams are on this guy, they're probably seeing that this guy is good. No? Can we at least agree on that? Forget what I say. Sounds like yeah, that's right, because they're similar, right? They are similar. Kamada and Samardzic, they're similar roles. And Frattesi too. So I wonder what this means. I wonder if this means that the Frattesi, because the Inter needs to sell Onana, they need to sell, what's his name, Brozovic, and they are selling those players. They are going to sell those players. Interesting. We might, Inter is kicking our ass left and right. Maybe AJ. We'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping we get him, but I am very aware that it's very difficult to get him. I'm completely aware about that. I'm 100% completely aware that getting Arda Güler is very difficult. But I also say this with no biases whatsoever. No biases whatsoever. I do think that Milan is the best option for him. Like, I swear, guys, I'm not saying this because of anybody. I'm literally making a calculation here. I'm calculating, putting everything together, putting all the numbers together. I'm looking at the European football panorama, what the teams are doing, and who's where, who's here, who's there. I really believe it. I really mean it. This is the best squad for Arda Güler. It's the number one squad for him. Why don't we go in for Beto too? Beto could be an option, right? Beto could be an option because Udinese is going in for Lorenzo Lucca. Lorenzo Lucca is very similar to Beto. So the fact that Udinese is trying to go in for Lorenzo Lucca tells me that Beto is probably on the move. Beto could definitely be an option. But Udinese is an expensive supermarket. Bro, we're going to get hijacked for everyone. Yeah, most likely, King. Most likely. Why the fuck will you lose money for Samardzic if we have Kamada a free agent? Maybe Kamada chose to go somewhere else? Who knows? I'm 100% sure we're not getting him. Well, guys, nobody can be 100% sure about anything. I think most of us were 100% sure that the Earth is a globe, but it turns out the Earth is actually flat. No, I'm joking. But most of us here probably never would have imagined that Tonali would have gotten sold, etc., etc. As a player looking from the outside, would you choose Milan? Every comment on every social post with angry fans, man. Yes, because I'm not looking at what the fans say. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at other things. It depends where I am with my career. It depends what my long-term goals are. It depends on what kind of football I'm going to be playing. A lot of these things depend. If I'm Guler, I think Milan is a perfect stepping stone club for him. Perfect. It's like the most perfect stepping stone club. Zapata is a really good striker, but Zapata is 30 plus. There's no chance. No chance in hell. No chance in hell. Serie A is the second strongest league, and Milan is now the dominant of Serie A. It's a no-brainer. In very caricature words, yes. Yeah. To say it in a very simple way, correct. Inter are paying signing bonuses. Okay, so that was probably the force, the inertia that tipped the cow. So let's go to who? Fabrizio Romano? Fabrizio Romano, guys, here we go. His famous words. Inter have reached verbal agreement to sign Marcus Thuram. Here we go. Deal in place for salary around 6.5 net per season plus signing fee. Okay, Thuram. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. I wish you the best of luck. Giroud will still kick your ass. Gianluca Di Marzio. Anything from Gianluca? Let's do another round here. Affare praticamente fatto per il Lille, per Weah. Juventus. Juventus is getting George Weah's son. Done deal, pretty much. Okay, nothing here. Let's check Milan I. Milan held contact today with Lazar Samardzic. Very interested in signing him. Okay, nothing there. Let's check Skida. Timothy to Weah. Well, that was 4 hours ago. Nothing there. Let's check Vitiello. Antonio Vitello. Nothing here. Vitello, very silent today. Very silent. So they were on. Yeah. Listen, and sometimes it doesn't go the way you think it goes. Okay, so you know what, Robert? People in Italy thought that Messi was going to become a Kirkic and a Halilovic, and they said no to Messi. Specifically, Chievo Verona. In Italy, Parma, they thought that Ronaldo was going to not be anything special, and they're going for Ronaldo. So, 17 million, is that a risk? Yeah, take the risk for 17 million. Blah. It's a no-brainer. No-brainer. Just when we saw a glimpse of light, the banter returns and Inter can bully us out of deals. Brozovic, you have to pay for him, right? So apparently Fenerbahce bids goodbye to Guler. Let's see if there's any other reports on the Turkish guy. What's his name? Yagiz. So this is the Turkish Fabrizio Romano. 2 hours ago, he reported AC Milan sent permission letter to Fenerbahce to hold official talks with Guler. He has not reported anything since. He did have a live podcast in Turkish where they spoke about Guler, most likely. So I'm sure we'll have more about that. I'm not seeing anything else here. Not seeing anything else. Let's try Alfredo Pedulla. Thuram Inter. Well, Juventus, Vicario Tottenham. Frattesi. Vediamo chi potrà permetterselo. So the agent says we will see who will be able to afford him. At this point, I expect Pioli to call Ibra to convince him out of retirement. Child Space, can you please give us the sources so we can look at them, my friend? Who is our new striker target today? Now, I don't know, Jake. Nothing has come out yet. Nothing has come out. Probably the same names that we're looking at prior to that. Something tells me maybe Scamacca might come back in fashion. But we will see. Anyway, Jake was the very famous subscriber that told us that Thuram is going to score 25 goals plus next year. We have a bet with Jake. I think, what was our bet? I can't remember. Please, Scamacca or Taremi. Fabrizio is an Inter fan. He used to work for Inter, right? Sempre Inter. Yeah, we definitely need to bring Inter back. Ibra back. Imagine following Fabrizio Romano as an outsider and see Milan lose to Thuram, Tonali, and Frattesi. All to Inter. Scamacca. This is hilarious. Scamacca Frattesi link up will end our days of losing to Sassuolo. That's funny. When Furliani and Pioli call, probably no one answers. Am I Inter? No, I'm not an Inter fan, guys. They tried when I was a kid. They tried to make me into an Inter fan, but it didn't happen. I think I had someone, an uncle of mine. He bought me an Inter kit. He bought me the Inter kit, and they tried to make me an Inter fan, but it didn't happen. Jake, how are we feeling about the management now? Fabrizio supports Watford. If the club goes broke, would they sell? Is there a chance Milan goes broke? No, definitely not. Not now. There's no way Milan can go broke right now because they have so many valuable players that are very easy to sell. No chance. Only way for Milan to go broke is after they sell all these valuable players and the new players that come in do not go up in value based on the sporting results. As of now, Milan is a very, 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 very well put team because the value of the team is very high. The numbers are good. Everything is in the green. Right now, Milan is very far away from being a club with economic difficulties. We're just managed by bots. That's a problem. Striker update, guys. We have a striker update. Here we go. I'm stealing Fabrizio Romano's words. Here we go. Desna, Hawkeyes, Desna, Di Marzio. Let's see what he says. What the fuck did I just tell you guys? What the fuck did I just tell you? AC Milan per l'attacco valuta Gianluca Scamacca and Alvaro Morata. Yeah, we're going to try and go back to the Scamacca thing. Guys, that is way better if we get Scamacca, by the way. Way better for the way we play. Because we don't need another. We already have Leao. We already have a player that attacks space. What we need is a player that links up with the midfield in order to break down those low blocks. We already have the players to break down open teams. Now we need players to break down low blocks. Scamacca is a much better player to do that. And also Morata, because Morata comes from the Spanish football, Spanish school of football. And that's all they fucking do is work on how to break down low blocks, because every time Spain plays football, they're always trying to break down low blocks because they force teams into becoming low block teams. Okay, so interesting. Alvaro Morata. Not a big fan of Alvaro Morata. Gianluca Scamacca, yes, of course, Gianluca Scamacca is not a world beater, but I think very good option. Very good option. Maybe we can hijack Scamacca from Roma. Yeah, obviously nobody is interested in Morata here. Morata brought fake news. Morata just renewed a month ago. Did he? Well, then it has to be fake. Then Di Marzio right now is probably drunk in a club, just writing shit, fucking around. It's probably his friend. His friend stole his phone from him and was writing this stuff. But Scamacca, definitely 100%, because Scamacca is definitely a player that is on the move, and the possibilities of making that operation happen, everything is there. Everything is there. Scamacca will be a good signing for AC Milan, guys. Scamacca will be a very good signing for AC Milan. Messias is actually one of the best finishers in our team. That is actually a factual statement, believe it or not. I don't think Scamacca would join. We don't have interest in project anymore. Well, let's see, guys. Let's see. Now, maybe, well, look at where he's at now. He doesn't get any playing time. Scamacca doesn't have much leverage. So I do think that Milan wouldn't be too bad for him. Yeah, Morata. We just spoke about him. Go for Griezmann for 25 million release clause. Yeah, but Griezmann, you got to pay him a lot of money, bro. You got to pay him a lot of money. I'm sure he makes what 10 million net, some crazy, you know. Our project is shit. We need to get a sporting director. We have the best sporting director in the history of football, guys. Come, Moncada. Moncada is a genius. Did you forget? Did you just forget that Moncada is a genius? That's what we were told when they fired Maldini, that we have the best ever. Scamacca is coming back from a bad injury. How long will it take him to get back to normal? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the status is on that. That is something to ask, though, for sure. Guys, honestly, while writing it, I'm crying, but I think Inter has perfect chances to get the second star next year. Yes, 100%. 100%. But listen, do not wave the white flag, guys, because we definitely have the opportunity to have a super duper market. We still have the players that are out there. They're there. We can literally build a super good roster. Look at now. I've seen people talk about Napoli, right? Napoli last season, they lost Insigne, Fabian Ruiz, Mertens, Koulibaly, Petagna, etc., right? They had to replace 5 players or 6 players. I know I'm missing another one because they got 6 players. So they replaced those 6 players with Kvaratskhelia, Simeone, Raspadori, Ndombele, Oliveira. Look at what a team they built. So the players out there are there. They're there. They are there. We can do this. If we do this smart, we can do this. Come on. Just fucking put an antivirus on that stupid Skynet algorithm, Moneyball thing. Make sure it does its job properly. Buy the new updated version and get these players, damn it. Milan Zone. Check Milan Zone. What's happening with Milan Zone? AC Milan Zone. Oh, no. No, this one, that one. This one, I'm assuming. Two minutes ago, Di Marzio. Translate. Oh, my God. For midfield, Milan, I expect a concrete assault on Frattesi to respond to Inter's move. If Milan spend 40 million, they'll take it because Inter do not want to participate in auctions. Also, watch out for Samardzic, Loftus-Cheek, Pulisic, and Chukwueze. Okay. Let's see what happens. Yeah, if we put in the 40 million, Frattesi is ours. 100%. Frattesi is ours. Frattesi literally said in his interview, if a club comes with an offer that Carnevale, the Sassuolo CEO, cannot refuse, he will take it. Frattesi did not commit to Inter. He said that he would rather join Inter when you read between the lines, but he did not say, I am joining Inter. He said, the questions, if you guys read the interview in Gazzetta dello Sport, it was very clear what he said. Right now, I preferably would like to go to Inter, but if the other team, Milan, and he didn't say Inter and he didn't say Milan. We're just using logic and we're just using, the brains that we have in order to understand what he was saying between the lines. If a team comes with the right offer, we'll do it. 40 million for Frattesi, yes. Yeah, guys, I would do it. I would do 40 million for Frattesi, yes. No Loftus-Cheek, no Captain America. For now, these are just rumors. These are just names until it's concrete. We'll find out. We should get Saponara. He's always been a great player. We should never sold him. Saponara is a really good player, by the way. And at Fiorentina, he's been kicking ass. Next season, Leao, Rebic, Salah, and Krunic as attacking me. Yay. Jeb Barrage, what's up? I feel this turning into PR, performance, and eventually financial disaster. Redbird will get a bid and they will sell within 2 years. Yeah, maybe Jeb Barrage. That is definitely in the books, I think. Especially if especially if Mr. Gerry Zinedine Zidane Maradona Cardinale figures out or realizes that there's no chance he can build a stadium, then I think he will sell fast, and he will try to go to a different market. He'll leave the Italian market. If he realizes that he cannot complete one of the three things, one of his three missions, right, that he spoke about earlier, which is the infrastructural aspect of a club. If he cannot complete that part of his business mission, I think he will just leave Italy at that point. He won't give a shit. Scamacca, Guler, Frattesi, SMS, and I'm happy. That would be nice. That would be very nice. That would be A+ market. A+ market. All right, guys. I have 10 more minutes left, and then I gotta go. So let's see if anything happens in these last 10 minutes. But we'll see what happens. Imagine Atletico offering us 60 million and Morata for Teo, and we accept. That'd be insane. Yeah, I think it can happen. I do see that happen, yeah. I don't drink, brother. Roy, it's a Friday. Go drink some beers and smoke some weed. Thanks for being our scout for New Jerry. We'll pay you in copyright. Well, he's probably going to copyright the channel today, so he's going to get a portion of RossonARI TV. I don't smoke weed and I don't drink, so it is what it is. Sandro Tonali, you don't go. You don't go, Sandro Tonali. You stay. Sandro Tonali, numero 8. Pedulla tweeted about Guler. Okay, let's check out Pedulla. What does Pedulla say? Alfredo Pedulla. La situazione è sempre questa. Il Milan scalpita per pagare la clausola di al Fenerbahce, il Barcellona oggi. Okay, basically he's saying that this is the situation, and he's pointing to this tweet here. So let's go to this tweet. Milan are eager to pay the clause of Fenerbahce. Good. We're eager to pay the 17.5 million. That's the first time. That is literally the first time in these past 5 years that I hear anybody say that Milan is willing to pay whatever the price of that player is. This is literally the first time. Milan are eager to pay the clause at Fenerbahce. Barcelona today has other priorities, who is an opponent, among others. Well, basically in this, what he's saying right now, Jesus, these fucking tweets are written so poorly. What he's saying right now is that Milan is in pole position because Barcelona has other priorities, but Barcelona is the team that, well, he's not saying that Milan is in pole position. He's saying that Milan is willing to pay the clause, and Milan is really looking into him. But he's saying that Barcelona is the next team that Milan has to look out for. But watch out for Real Madrid, because Real Madrid is coming in here as well. Watch out for Real Madrid. Guys, listen, if I can tell you that this guy is a top G, I'm sure the scouts at Real Madrid have already figured that out a long time ago. Mid-July, August maybe. Nah, guys, we'd just fucking. Yeah, because it's 17 million. But even before, like if it was 17 million, you'd see Maldini. Maldini goes in the market. He wants to bring the price down to 5 million. You know, we saw that a lot. This is literally the first time we have ever read that Milan is willing to pay the actual price of a player. Imagine some decades ago, Silvio would have told Maldini, Gattuso, Pipo, or any other Milan legend to leave a club, even though the player does not want to. Well, today it's happening. This Guler kid looks like the real deal. Oh, yeah, he's good. He's real good. Yeah, of course. 2012 was completely different. Yo, you know what? If a market is decent, it won't be so bad, man. It won't be so bad. It will not be so bad, guys. I am keeping that door open. I am keeping that door open. I'm definitely keeping that door open. Okay, let's do a few more rounds. Let's see what we got here. Milan I. Let's go to Milan I. We haven't seen Milan I in a while. What's happening with Milan I? Milan I. Di Marzio. 9 seconds ago, guys. 9 seconds ago. Well, this is what we just read earlier. I expect a serious push from Milan for Frattesi. If Milan raises their bid ahead of the one presented by Inter, getting closer to the 40 million requested by Sassuolo, they can sign him. Let's do it. Let's get it done. I don't care if it's 40 million. Let's get it done. Skira. I do not give a shit if it's 40 million. Make Inter suffer, for heaven's sake. And also, if he does well, you can definitely get a capital gain out of him for sure. Like 50, 60 million, even 70 million if EPL club comes and wants him. Romano. 7 minutes ago. Wow, Chelsea playing hardball for Mason Mount. Oh, look at this. Yay, wow, that's nice. The fuck is this? Sergio Busquets joins Inter Miami as a free agent. What? Sergio Busquets. Wow, Messi and Busquets back together. Crazy stuff, guys. Let me see if there's anything else on Sempre Milan. I think we're going to start to move away from it, Sempre Milan, and just do Twitter. Don't see anything interesting on Sempre Milan. Pedulla, let's see if Pedulla has anything. Oh, we just saw Pedulla 10 minutes ago. Let's check in one more time. The Turkish Fabrizio Romano. Yeah, nothing new. Still there. Becao is going to Fenerbahce. Who's that? Becao. Finally seeing the light, the Twitter light. MLS is mid-season at the moment, right? Shit, I have no idea, bro. I really don't. I don't give a fuck about the MLS. I really don't. But I do want to say something about the MLS. There is one player that we are linked to, the Argentinian guy that won the World Cup. He is very good. And I would definitely be looking at him as a cam if let's say we can't get the Guler or whatever not, I would definitely be looking at him. If we get Frattesi, it's 4-1 coming. We can come back 4-1. 4-1. No, 5-1. It's 5-1. Because they won 4 derbies. They won 4 derbies during the season, and they won the Thuram derby. So it's going to be 5-1. If they win Frattesi 2, it's 6-0. 6-0. What are you going to do, Isham? This is the world we live in right now. AC Milan is a depressing place. Lecce midfielder Morten Hjulmand is attracting interest from Milan and Roma. Milan. He's a replacement for Tonali. That's the replacement for Tonali right there. Hjulmand is more a defensive midfielder. So let's check it out. Milan. Lecce midfielder Morten Hjulmand is attracting interest from Milan and Roma. Di Marzio. Yes. Frattesi is perfect, but that's 6. So like that's 60 million. Like, well, of course you don't pay everything right away. So let's say we already have 35 million in the market plus the 70 million. So we're at around 100 and something million for the market. You get Hjulmand and Frattesi. That solves the Tonali Benacer issue. And we are at 60 million. Getting Guler in there. We are at 80 million. Well, we got to sell Theo Hernandez, guys. We got to sell Theo Hernandez. Zola, good player. Very good player. He is being linked to Fiorentina right now in Zola. What's this? Pedurla tweet, guys. Let's go to Pedurla. Where's Pedurla? Alfredo Pedurla. Actually, it's Pedurla. It's not Pedurla. It's Pedurla. Scamacca, il Milan ha già fatto un incontro, la Roma ha chiesto il prestito. Okay, so we're both competing for him. So now we already knew this. This is information that we already knew. Milan had already tried to go in for Scamacca, but Thuram was a priority. Roma needs to replace Abraham, right? Because Abraham has a very big injury. Scamacca is their priority. Roma had asked for a loan, but they did not come to an agreement between West Ham and between Roma, because Roma wanted to get the loan, obligation to buy in case Roma finishes top 4. But West Ham said no, obligation to buy no matter where you finish in the league. So that's where that operation came to a halt. Scamacca had already given the yes to Roma. So now Milan is back with Scamacca. Yeah, most likely. Scamacca, piace molto a Moncada. So let's go to this. This was from June 11. Scamacca likes Moncada very much for the new Milan. There has already been a meeting and there had been contacts, as told a month and a half ago. Roma asked for the loan. The formula is important. When West Ham does not want to sell out, they paid over 40 with bonuses. Sustainable engagement. L'ingaggio sostenibile aiuta. God, these fucking translations are so. So let's say you don't speak Italian, right? And you translate this. And then you read this. Sustainable engagement helps. Like, what the fuck does that mean? So what it is, l'ingaggio sostenibile aiuta, which means the wages, which are not super crazy, make the situation easier for both teams. Lord have mercy, man. Google, what the fuck? Who's going to substitute Magic Mike when he leaves? That's what scares me more than if Frattesi or Guler come. Well, let's deal with. You know who? Actually, I do have a name. Desplanches. Desplanches, guys. This kid is incredible. I saw him in the U20 World Cup. He played. He won the Golden Glove of the tournament. Phenomenal goalkeeper. This guy was making crazy saves. The same saves that Mike Maignan does. Same reflexes. Commands the box like a boss. Desplanche. And you know what, guys? We used to own him, but we sold him. How idiotic is that? Yeah, I would get Desplanches. Easy. You don't spend it. You want to make a huge capital gain? Sell Mike Maignan for 150 million because that's how much he's worth. Get Desplanches for 10 million because that's how much he's worth right now. And then the amount of capital gain you make with this operation is insane. Desplanches, guys, is a top G goalkeeper. This kid is phenomenal. Phenomenal. He's the next Buffon. Hands down. A million times better than Donnarumma. He's literally just like Mike Maignan is almost today. Phenomenal. Robert, you went to starting goalkeepers. Obviously, Mike's on another level, but that's why we have. Yeah, Sportiello is not bad. Is not a bad backup. All right, guys. Unfortunately, I have to close today here. Crazy, guys. The news is crazy. The news is absolutely insane. It's one word. Desplanches, something like that. Something like that. Phenomenal goalkeeper, guys. This kid here is a world beater. This kid here is a world beater. He is a world beater, guys. Absolute world beater. When we talk about the Arda Gulers, the Viceverasquillas, the Leaos of the situation, these young players that have the potential of becoming amongst the best in their position, this kid here is one of them, Desplanches. And we sold him. I don't know why the fuck we sold him, but we did. We sold him. So if we sell Mike Maignan, go straight on this kid here. Don't even think about it twice. No, sorry. Unfortunately, I got to go. Thuram is an Inter player, Aditya. Thuram is an Inter player. It's going to be like this almost every day, my man. It's going to be like this almost every single day. But guys, listen, I want to thank everybody that joined us today. Thank you for participating in the lives. Of course, Milan is very important to us. It's part of our lives. We can't get rid of Milan. It's always in our fucking head. I wish I could stop thinking about Milan, but it's always in my fucking head. All from when I wake up till I go to sleep. I wish it wouldn't be like that, but it is. Anyway, so everybody have a great day, great night, wherever you are. We are going to be continuing to follow the news tomorrow. Same thing. Laert is going to do an open live either Saturday or either tomorrow or Sunday. So we're going to get nice debates going on there. And guys, listen, Forza Gerry Cardinale. Come on, everybody together. Forza Gerry Cardinale. Yay. Forza Gerry Cardinale. No, I'm joking. Forza AC Milan, guys. And Forza Paolo Maldini. Forza Sandro Tonali. Forza the old Milan spirit. Forza the Milan DNA. Forza, the meaning and values of Milan. Absolutely zero Forza to any of the shit that we're seeing today. Let's hope that we can sign some good players. Thuram is gone. He's an Inter player. Frattesi now. We'll see what happens with Frattesi. We'll see what happens with Guler. We'll see what happens with Scamacca. We will see what happens with the rest of the players we're being linked to. Guys, have a great day wherever you are. Forza Milan. Peace out. Till tomorrow. Arrivederci. Ciao. Make sure to click the like button on your way out. Let me just check one more time the votes. So 57% of you said no to Thuram. So at least that's good news. We did not get Thuram. Let's see what happens. I will leave you with this, with Skynet, and we shall see you tomorrow. Have a good day. Arrivederci. Let me just get this banner out of the way. Arrivederci. Alla prossima. And ciao. Forza Milan.
Devil in a red dress, call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress, call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand, bang, got my hand, bang, got my hand. Call